of hundreds of thousands of young people who came into the country. Because of all those decisions made, again, deliberately, intentionally, in a premeditated way on day one of this administration, all kinds of terrible things have happened. All kinds of terrible things. Jocelyn Nungaray, Noah Rodriguez, Kayla Hamilton, Weston Funder, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, Maria Gonzalez, Sam Fagan, Gabriel Fagan. Each one of these individuals were someone's child. Each one had a promising life ahead of them. Each one had people in their lives who loved and cared for them. Each one is a victim of the Biden-Harris open border policies. Jocelyn and Maria, not yet even teenagers, were brutally assaulted and murdered by illegal aliens who were released into the country by this administration. Kayla and Laken, young women pursuing their dreams, were brutally assaulted and murdered by illegal aliens who this administration released into this country. Rachel Morin, a mom of 5 young children, was brutally assaulted and murdered by an illegal alien welcomed into this country by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Noah Rodriguez, Sam Fagan, Gabriel Fagan, Weston Funder, teenagers and young men with bright futures were poisoned by fentanyl that this administration refused to stop from flowing across our southern border. You may have heard these names and stories and those of countless other victims of criminal illegal aliens, but not from Kamala Harris. Last week, a teenager in Manassas, Virginia, was allegedly kidnapped by an illegal alien purportedly released into the country, again, by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's administration. In January, 2 New York City police officers were assaulted by a group of illegal aliens who entered the country thanks to this administration's open border policy. In May of 2023, a teenage girl in Alabama was viciously assaulted in a restaurant bathroom by an illegal alien with a violent arrest record in his home country, who was able to enter the country as a, quote, got away because of this administration's policies that ensure Border Patrol agents are too busy processing illegal aliens to actually patrol the border and do their job. Last February, a Nassau County, New York man was the victim of a brutal anti-Semitic attack at the hands of an illegal alien who this administration released into the country. I could keep listing these stories. This is what happens when you have an administration that doesn't care about border security, that prioritizes aliens over Americans and legal immigrants, and that refuses to enforce immigration laws in the interior of the country. I'm sure that we'll hear a lot of excuses from my Democrat colleagues today. We will hear how the illegal border crossings have decreased. Of course, we all know that the Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are flying illegal aliens right now into the U.S. interior. We will hear that tired and flawed argument that natives commit more crimes than immigrants. Even if that was true, would it matter to Rachel's family, or Kayla's mom, or Jocelyn's mom, or Weston's family? The truth is that in every crime I've discussed, every one committed by an illegal alien was preventable. If only we had an administration that did their job. But unfortunately, we don't. We have a Democrat presidential candidate who for years advocated for open borders. She was appointed the border czar, yet presided over the largest mass illegal immigration in U.S. history. She has called for ICE to be abolished. She has laughed off questions about border security. She has promoted amnesty. She has said that, quote, undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. Thanks to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we're on track to get to 12 million illegal aliens in the United States in this 4-year administration. 12 million. I always tell folks, 12 million, that's the equivalent of the entire population of our state of Ohio, 7th largest state in the union. And that's not even counting the 1.9 million known gotaways who've evaded Border Patrol or the unknown number of gotaways who've not even been detected. American communities are left to suffer the consequences. We're going to hear from people who've suffered it in a direct way today. And with that, I would yield to the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I start, I'd like to take a moment and express my sincerest condolences to all of our witnesses who have lost loved ones and to all of their families. I cannot imagine how difficult this loss has been for you, and I appreciate you being here to share their stories. May their memories be a blessing. Unfortunately, Instead of working in a bipartisan fashion to find meaningful solutions to our broken immigration system, we are sitting in yet one more partisan hearing designed to divide us and to score political points before an election. In fact, one of our Republican colleagues said the quiet part out loud last week when he said in this season, quote, "These are messaging hearings that we've been doing," close quote. With only 8 weeks until Election Day, our Republican colleagues are trying to do everything they can to blame Vice President Harris for what they now call the Biden-Harris border crisis. They label her the border czar and the leader of the administration's border policy, even though they know that that is not and never was the case. Let's be clear. Vice President Harris was never in charge of immigration policy for the Biden administration and was certainly not the border czar. That position does not exist, so of course she could not have been appointed to it. My Republican colleagues know this, of course, but have never let the facts get in the way of their messaging. The truth is that President Biden directed Vice President Harris to address the root causes of migration from Mexico and the Northern Triangle. In that role, she generated over $5 billion in public and private investments aimed at creating economic opportunities in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. That investment has paid major dividends. Between fiscal years 2021 and 2023, Border Patrol apprehensions of migrants from those countries dropped by nearly 50%. That's because immigration is impacted by factors beyond one country's policies. People do not leave their lives and homes behind on a whim. The people crossing our border immigrate because life has become unsustainable in their home countries, because of factors like persecution or economic, food, or political insecurity. By investing in other countries, we help ensure that people can build a better life for themselves without having to seek security elsewhere. These investments have contributed to the lowest levels of unauthorized crossings in 4 years. But you would not know any of that from seeing my colleagues do their press hits on Newsmax or from what we have heard today. During today's hearings, we are going to hear from family members who have lost a loved one from fentanyl poisoning or as a result of a crime committed by someone who entered the country over the last 4 years. There is a verse in the Torah that hangs in my office, Tzedek, Tzedek, Tirdof, justice, justice shalt thou pursue. The families here today want justice for their loved ones. They want to ensure that no other family has to suffer the pain of what they have gone through. These are noble goals. The heinous crimes these families have suffered should be universally condemned. The perpetrators should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of our laws, and then they should be removed from the country. But this is not a story that began 4 years ago. Tragically, the same story could be told of any president. Former President Trump's administration released undocumented immigrants who went on to commit crimes. Now, do I blame President Trump for those crimes? Of course not. He has his own crimes to worry about. And as I have said all Congress, no president has ever had the resources to detain every individual who crosses the border without authorization. Our immigration system is broken, and it will take a substantial bipartisan effort to fix it. We need more judges and asylum officers so migrants can have their asylum cases heard in a matter of weeks, not years, so we can stop so-called catch and release. We need to expand lawful pathways for migration, as the Biden-Harris administration has been trying to do, so people can come to the United States after they are vetted in an orderly and safe manner. And we need to look at immigration in a holistic manner to see the benefits that immigrants bring to this country and not focus only on the negatives. Immigrants' contributions have helped ensure that we came out of the pandemic stronger than any other advanced economy. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office found that recent immigrants will cut the deficit by $900 billion and add revenues of $1.2 trillion over the next decade. Immigrants make essential contributions to our society, our economy, and our character as a country. And they do so despite an immigration system that has been profoundly broken for decades. But all Congress, my Republican colleagues, have shown they do not have an interest in fixing the system so that we may take advantage of the remarkable contributions that immigrants make to our country while keeping out those who would do us harm. Instead, they would rather blame Democrats and push unworkable solutions. Republicans spent a year saying that their dream bill, H.R. 2, is the only way to secure the border, even though they know that it cannot become law, having failed twice to pass the Senate, receiving just 32 votes earlier this Congress. In the Senate, I would note, with 49 Republicans. Then they insisted that the price of helping protect Ukraine against Russian aggression was enacting harsh border enforcement legislation. Senate Republicans even managed to find bipartisan support for a border bill in the Senate, a bill that Minority Leader McConnell called the toughest border bill in 30 years. But Republicans could not take yes for an answer. Donald Trump said that he did not want to do anything that might help at the border in an election year because he wants immigration as a campaign issue. Other Republicans said it out loud too, saying they don't want to, quote, do too damn much to help a Democrat, close quote. Republicans showed clearly what Democrats have been saying over and over again, that they don't want to do anything that would help address the immigration system. They clearly have given up. They just want to demagogue. I wish that was not the case. Vice President Harris has made it clear we need a reformed immigration system with robust lawful pathways to citizenship, strong security and controls at our border, and a modern approach to a global issue that has been neglected for far too long. Democrats stand ready to work on real solutions to these problems. I only wish we had a willing partner. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All of the opening statements will be included in the record. Today's witnesses, we start with the Honorable Mike Boudreaux. Sounds like you got roots in Louisiana with that last name. Sheriff Boudreaux is a lifelong resident of Tulare County, California, a place I've been. His 38-year career in the Sheriff's Department began as a sheriff deputy when he was 19 years old. He has served as sheriff since 2013. Sheriff Boudreaux holds a certificate in criminology, administration of justice, associate of science degree in administration of justice, a bachelor of science degree in criminology and management, and a master's degree with course study in the administration of justice and organizational development. Sheriff, we welcome you today. Ms. April Aguirre began her crime victim advocacy in Houston, Texas, after her 9-year-old niece was shot and killed while riding in a car with her parents. She's a veteran of the United States Air Force, where she trained as a nurse. She has an associate's degree in criminal justice from Houston Community College and a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of Houston. We appreciate you being with us today. Ms. Tammy Nobles is a realtor from Norfolk, Virginia. She volunteers part-time as president of the Down Syndrome Association of Hampton Roads and is a mother of Kayla Hamilton, a victim of a criminal illegal alien, and we appreciate you and sympathize with your loss. Ms. Patricia Morin, a mother of 6, including Rachel, who was the victim of a criminal illegal alien, stay-at-home mom for 25 years, homeschooled her children. She returned to the workforce after her oldest child graduated from high school and worked in the mortgage banking industry and retail management until she retired. She currently works part-time as an office administrator for a church and resides in Maryland, and we appreciate you being with us as well. Ms. Ann Funder is a wife and mother of 4, whose 15-year-old son, Weston, was poisoned by fentanyl. Since then, she has spoken publicly about her son's death to promote change and educate American families about the consequences of the fentanyl crisis. We appreciate you being with us as well. And Ms. Alex Nungaray is a resident of Houston, Texas, and is the mother of Jocelyn, a victim of criminal illegal aliens. Dr. Cecilia Farran Mendez is a researcher with the Institute of Global Conflict and Cooperation at UC San Diego, and the Center for Studies on Security, Intelligence, and Governance at the Institute Technology de Mexico. Her research and work focuses on organized crime, female participation in criminal groups, and U.S.-Mexico security cooperation. And finally, Ms. Melissa Lopez. We will now yield to the gentlelady from Texas to introduce a witness from her district.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to introduce a fellow El Pasoan to the committee this morning, Melissa Lopez, who is doing vital work as the executive director of the Estrella del Paso organization. Estrella del Paso is the largest legal services provider in our region. They assist asylum seekers, victims of trafficking, and migrants who have faced a host of dangerous and life-threatening situations. Over a career spanning 17 years providing legal services for immigrants, Melissa has met countless immigrants and experienced firsthand just how many people come to the United States in order to pursue a better life for themselves and their families. Ms. Lopez, thank you for all of your work and welcome.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. We will welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you all please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true, correct, and to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show that each of the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You can be, thank you, you can be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. We're gonna run right down the line, we will have to break in about 35 minutes. There's an important ceremony taking place over in the Capitol for the families of folks who were killed in Afghanistan 3 years ago. And members want to be that, but we'll take a break and we'll have some food for you. But we're going to start with the sheriff and then move right down the line. So Sheriff Boudreaux, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Jordan and Ranking Member Nadler and distinguished members of the committee, my name is Mike Boudreaux. I am the sheriff of Tulare County in California. Tulare County sits in the heart of California, right in the center. We're a very large agricultural community. I have spent 38 years in law enforcement working in the sheriff's office and working with victims throughout my career. I am also an FBI National Academy graduate in Class 251, where I have law enforcement leaders from all over the country and as well all over the world who I have connections with. When it comes to the dangerous and sometimes deadly impacts of what I feel is a failed Biden-Harris administration on open border policies, the impacts of illegal immigration in California, I must say that I have a front row seat. I also served as the California State Sheriff's Association president, where I meet regularly with all other 57 sheriffs. There's 58, me being number 58, in the state of California hearing their stories. There's a few examples that I would like to be able to provide today. We have a long issue of illegal immigration in California. However, over the last 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration, we have a deadly impact of violent criminals coming into our communities. We have migrant communities of farm workers who are now infiltrated and terrorized by those that they had fled other countries from, who are now in our communities terrorizing them, threatening their children to be involved in drug trafficking, gun running, drug dealing, as well as gangs and sexual activity of children. I'm very involved with these migrant communities as the sheriff, and I can tell you the personal stories and impacts are heart-wrenching. Many of these communities have to do what's called paying rent. You must give money to the drug lord or the gang member or the violent criminal of those that you fled if you want to live peacefully within that migrant community. I'm very familiar with Kamala Harris as the Senator and Attorney General in California, and I can tell you that the words that she has often spoken when it comes to defunding the police and ICE kin to the KKK is demoralizing to law enforcement and those trying to protect our country and protect victims here in California and the United States. I have, as the president, walked the border, and over the course of the 38 years as sheriff, I have visited the border many times, and I have many friends in the Border Patrol as well as Homeland Security, and I can tell you that they are frustrated. Thousands of people coming through a day where I visited and I saw people from Yemen, China coming through. In our town, we had a friend of mine, Jody Jones. His brother was shot and killed at an AM/PM mini-mart where an illegal immigrant who had been deported 3 times over found his way back into the United States, attempted a robbery, and shot and killed a man. My deputies got into a pursuit and got into a violent shootout with this man. We have a case where that's called the reign of terror. I can tell you, as the Attorney General, Kamala Harris often lessened the impact of law enforcement with her quotes of defunding the police. I have story after story, but most recently what we're starting to see is an influx of Mandarin, or those from China, We're unraveling a human trafficking case of over 40 women who are involved in sexual prostitution up and down the state of California, who have found their way across the border and are here illegally, and that case is ongoing. We have financial crimes from Mandarin, abuse from China, who are stealing millions of dollars online from our elderly in the Central Valley and up and down the state of California. We had an illegal immigrant, El Mano Negro. He was a hired hand by the cartel, where we arrested, and finally he admitted to killing and assassinating over 25 people in our county at the hands of the cartel. We just unraveled a cartel in our county, dismantling that cartel. The people in that cartel that we arrested openly admitted that within the last 3 years, it's easier now to move human beings, drugs, guns, fentanyl most specifically, across the border, and that it's easier now than in the history of their cartel. I can tell you, because of the Biden and Harris administration, law enforcement resources are quickly depleted. We have victim after victim that we see, as you'll hear today, and that these stories are not unfamiliar to law enforcement up and down the state of California. And so with that, I'll conclude and turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sheriff. Ms. Nobles, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning to the members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. On July 27th, 2022, I received the worst news that a parent can ever get, that my newly 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was found deceased with injuries consistent with homicide. There are no words that describe the heart-wrenching, soul-crushing pain of losing your child so horrifically. Kayla was a happy and loving person. She loved life and God. She was extremely ambitious, and despite having autism, she was determined to make her way in this world. She loved animals, especially her cat Oreo, and cared about the homeless. At first, we knew very little details of the murder until an arrest. At the end of March of 2022, Walter Javier Martinez was apprehended by Border Patrol, crossing illegally into the U.S. Martinez stated that he was 16 years old and feared gang activity in his country in El Salvador. As an unoccupied alien child, Martinez was granted access into the United States with no background checks or vetting. Homeland Security did not verify the sponsor and allow Martinez to go live in Frederick, Maryland. There were behavioral issues with him living with the sponsor, and he ended up staying with his half-brother who lived in the same neighborhood, Mobile Park, as Kayla. There were behavioral issues with Walter, so the half-brother called the property manager, owners of the mobile home park, which I thought was a legit company. We learned that an illegal immigrant couple owned the mobile homes and took it upon themselves to allow this 16-year-old to rent a room in the same mobile home as Kayla. Martinez was living there less than 5 days before he violently and brutally murdered my daughter. Walter Javier Martinez broke into Kayla's room while she was sleeping that morning. Kayla left a voicemail on her boyfriend's phone. According to the voicemail, a struggle was going on, and Kayla can be heard crying, groaning, and struggling to breathe. Martinez can be heard on the voicemail hushing her, and near the end telling her, "I'm sorry," in Spanish, while strangling her with her phone charging cord. After she was deceased, Martinez tied her up and sexually assaulted her. This was confirmed by the annual swabs that matched Martinez's DNA. Kayla fought for her life that day. She had bruises up and down her arms, her fingers, the left side of her face, her back, and down her leg, and deep wounds to the neck from the charging cord. Local police knew right from the beginning he was the main suspect just by their initial investigation. It took the Aberdeen police to confirm that Martinez was a known gang member of MS-13 and that Martinez had a criminal record in El Salvador in 2020. If Homeland Security did a background check, then they would have known this, and Martinez wouldn't have been able to be on U.S. soil. With Martinez being 16 years old, Maryland Child Protective Services took custody of Martinez until the DNA results came back. The Aberdeen Police Department was very transparent to CPS. The Aberdeen Police Department demanded that Martinez be held in a secure location because he was a threat to society based on the murder and injuries of Kayla Hamilton. It was later learned that Child Protective Services placed Martinez in a group home with other children and then placed Martinez in a foster home, which allowed him to be enrolled in high school. This was also confirmed by an investigative reporter with Fox 45 Project Baltimore who got an actual confirmation from Edgewood High School. While in jail, a letter was intercepted that Martinez wrote, confessing to 4 murders and 2 rapes. Martinez ended up pleading guilty and taking the plea deal of 70 years. Since he was a juvenile at the time, even though he was tried as an adult, Martinez couldn't get life without the possibility of parole. This is not a political issue. This is a safety issue for everyone here living in the United States. Not only was Kayla's life put at risk and taken, so many other children and adults were at risk. The Biden-Harris administration is not putting the American citizens' safety first. The United States government must secure our border. We need to properly vet and background check all border crossers. This isn't about immigration. This is about protecting everyone here in the United States.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Knowles. Doctor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, and members of the committee, thank you for conducting this hearing and the opportunity to explain why characterizing the U.S.-Mexico border as a region in crisis is an inadequate and unproductive way for addressing North America's cross-border challenges. I appreciate the invitation to participate. I am an expert on organized crime and U.S.-Mexico security cooperation. As a scholar of U.S.-Mexico relations, and as a proud resident of the border region, I am convinced that transnational problems require transnational solutions. To the families testifying today, I want to acknowledge your grief. There are no actions that can reverse the tragedies that you have experienced. My testimony today does not seek to invalidate yours. On the contrary, it is precisely because I have witnessed and collaborated with families on both sides of the border that have lost loved ones that I am here to offer what I believe is a more constructive and sustainable path forward.
I apologize. We got someone checking just to make sure that everything's fine, but
Thank you.
we'll
Shall
continue. Yeah, you can continue, Doctor.
Thank you. The human cost of our shared tragedies cannot be overstated. Today, Americans are more likely to die from an opioid overdose than a car crash. Equally important, homicide is the leading cause of death for men ages 15 to 44 and the second cause of death for women ages 15 to 24 in Mexico. Painfully, while families who have lost loved ones to overdoses or homicides may find some degree of solace in visiting their graves, this remains a dream for the thousands of family members who search for the more than 115,000 Mexicans who have disappeared. North America is facing simultaneous and connected health crises. Perhaps paradoxically, the silver lining is that there is no secret solution awaiting to be discovered. Actions available to Congress can contribute to stemming the devastating effects of these public health challenges and can be implemented through U.S.-Mexico cooperation. Even though the border is characterized in Washington, D.C. and Mexico City as a perpetual crisis, for those of us who live and work in the region, we know this is where the most creative and innovative developments in the bilateral relationship take place. This is not an overstatement. Consider, for instance, the health challenges the world faces with COVID-19. In a time of fear and uncertainty, where countries close borders, the governments of California and Baja California worked in partnership with public health experts, academia, and the private sector to engineer a cross-border vaccination program, a program, I might add, that actually benefited supply chains for the defense sector in the US as well. This type of proactive, collaborative ingenuity, rather than unilateral measures, is what is most urgently needed. Today, I present to you an evidence-based call to action from the border with 6 actions to start. First, support the Stop Arming Cartels Act. Simply stated, by failing to address firearms trafficking to Mexico, the U.S. is subsidizing the operating costs of criminal groups. It is as if cartels receive an annual aid package with state-of-the-art technology to carry out the crimes this Congress wants to stop. Develop mutually accepted vetting mechanisms for exchanging information. Best practices from other parts of the world show that weakening the activities of organized crime requires trusted partnerships across countries. As long as Mexico and the U.S. lack these mutually accepted vetting mechanisms, bilateral cooperation will be hindered. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is an important step in addressing straw purchasing and trafficking. However, successful implementation requires resources for prosecutors and the ATF. The BSEA also provides an opportunity for seeking meaningful cooperation with Mexican counterparts. Provide funding and support research for improved metrics of border security. In 2024, it is unacceptable that the indicators of border security are detentions and seizures. Recording how many people were stopped or how many drugs were seized hardly builds a smart border. There is significant room for improvement. These metrics should be developed in partnership with civil society, the private sector, and academia. And finally, visit the border and its binational communities. The border is not only a legal definition or a boundary between two countries. Our shared problems and their solutions do not stop and start where the fence meets the ocean. There is no substitute for first-hand experience. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ms. Lopez. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. I'm grateful for this opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Melissa Lopez, and I am the Executive Director of Estrella del Paso, formerly known as Diocesan Migrant and Refugee Services. I'm an attorney who has spent my 17-year career working with and representing immigrants in immigration matters. Estrella del Paso is the largest provider of free legal services in far west Texas and New Mexico, serving nearly 58,000 people in 2023. In my experience, immigrants come to the United States to contribute in positive ways. They make our communities more vibrant by sharing their culture, language, and traditions. I was born and raised in El Paso, the child of immigrants from Mexico. Though born in Mexico, my parents are now naturalized U.S. citizens and have spent more of their lives in the United States than in Mexico. I graduated from the University of Texas at El Paso in 2004, and then attended the University of Texas School of Law in Austin, graduating in 2007. As much as I loved living in Austin, I knew that I would be returning to El Paso after law school. I was blessed to be hired at Estrella del Paso, and the rest, as they say, is history. In my 17-year career, I have been blessed to work with thousands of immigrants from all over the world. My experience working with immigrants has taught me one special lesson. The only difference between me and my clients is where we were born. Had I been born just a few miles south of where I was, in the hospital in El Paso, I would be them. It has been my experience that the people I am blessed to serve are simply trying to provide for their families and ensure they are safe. My mom always says that a parent's goal is to create a life that allows their children to do better financially than their parents did. I find this to be particularly true in my clients. They walk well over 2,000 miles to ensure that their children are safe, can thrive, and live a peaceful life where they can achieve their dreams. In truth, I'm a prime example of what children of immigrants can do. I'm the first in my family to graduate college. I'm the first in my family to obtain a professional degree. And I'm the first in my family to become an attorney. I am who I am because I have seen my mom work hard and fight through adversity and have a grit that I wish I had just a little bit more of. I think one of the biggest blessings of my life is being born and raised in El Paso. El Paso is a binational, bicultural community in far west Texas that sits on the border between the United States and Juarez, Chihuahua, Mexico. El Paso is a community rich in love and culture. El Paso is an immigrant community. So many people are born in El Paso but raised in Juarez, or vice versa, as was the case for my parents. El Paso is consistently ranked among the safest cities in the country, surpassed only by Honolulu, Hawaii, a few years here and there. El Paso is a safe city because we are an immigrant community. The worst crime committed against Hispanics in U.S. history was a mass shooting that occurred in El Paso on August 3rd, 2019. The perpetrator of that crime was a white supremacist born in Dallas, Texas, who drove over 600 miles to massacre 23 people and injure hundreds more at a Walmart in El Paso. He systematically sought out immigrants due to the dangerous rhetoric that all immigrants are bad. After the shooting that killed both United States citizens as well as immigrants from Mexico and Germany, El Pasoans wrapped our arms around the survivors because that is who we are. El Paso, very simply, is love. We recognize, appreciate, and respect the humanity in every single person. We treat people with the dignity they deserve because at the end of the day, we all are human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Aguirre. Ms. Aguirre, just hit the mic there if you could. Thank you.
As a daughter of immigrant parents, I am ashamed of what the Biden and Harris administration has done to our country by opening our borders to all, including criminals, who are wolves in sheep's clothing. Doctor, I heard you mention that over 115,000 people are missing in Mexico. I know. One of those people is my cousin, and all of my family lives in Mexico. We have to comprehend that the majority of those are women, and there's a word that is used in Mexico, and it's called femicidio, and that's called femicide, the act of being murdered just because you are a woman. It is unimaginable for us to think that alongside those seeking refuge are not the same people that are there to victimize them, and alongside victimized citizens as well. I have personally worked 3 cases within the city of Houston where little girls were targeted simply because they were young, beautiful, and vulnerable, and of course, underage. Predators have an appetite for children. And in all these cases, there was an 11-year-old, a 12-year-old whose mom is here today, and a 16-year-old freshman in high school. I'm gonna be the voice today for Maria Gonzalez, who is also a migrant. She arrived here, and her father didn't own a vehicle. He walked to work. Her father is the essence of the type of immigrants we should want in this country. Law-abiding, hardworking man, working for $7 an hour, 14 hours a day. He left that weekend, and he told his daughter he was going to work. She had a cell phone. She was in the safety of her home. This migrant that came here as a child, crossed the border, was given to a sponsor, and was only here 3 weeks before he decided to leave his sponsor's home, go to Pasadena, Texas, from Louisiana, and he saw Maria. At one point or another, he decided that was gonna be his prey. He saw her father leave to work. He knew their schedule. He knocked on Maria's door. Maria, recognizing that it was a neighbor, told her father on WhatsApp on a voice message, "Hey, Dad, somebody's knocking on the door." And she said it in Spanish, "Papi, me estás tocando la puerta." Dad, is that you knocking on the door? Thinking her father had forgotten something. That was the last time he ever heard Maria's voice. When Maria went to the door, there's a little chain that we have in those apartments, right? When you open the door to try to keep us safe, that chain was not enough to keep this animal out of Maria's apartment. He pushed his way in, and Maria fought for her life. She was 11 years old. To all of you, 3 little girls passing away may not be many, but what if one of those little girls was your daughter, your granddaughter, or your niece? Can you imagine them trying to fight off a grown man off of them? The shock of being undressed, the pain of being beaten and smothered. Trying to fight for your life while a predator's one objective is to use them to satisfy their sick and demented appetites. Our girls deserve protection. Our girls deserve to live their life without fear. Our girls deserve to perish in a natural manner of old age. We live in a society where we have gained so much medical advancements that if you have cholesterol, diabetes, heart disease, they will take care of you. But we're losing healthy children. And this case to me resonates because she's also a migrant child. And this says to me we're letting everything through the border because we're not checking them. And you're victimizing citizens, you're victimizing immigrants alike. We're not against immigration, we're against unvetted immigration. And I want you to know, as a woman who has a majority of their family in Mexico that are not privileged enough to be in this country, there's no such thing as collecting DNA swabs. There's no such thing as embalming. There's no such thing as doing a real autopsy like we do here. Mexico and Central America is where predators thrive. You think they come here to this country and it's the first time they do this? No. This is just a place where we figure it out and we care about our daughters. And we're gonna find out. Finding a little girl in Mexico that has been sexually assaulted is just a normal Tuesday. It's nothing unusual. So I want you to know, immigration is good. I am the living proof of that. My parents don't even have a speeding ticket. That's the type of migrants we want. But bringing them to this country, it's further victimizing what these same immigrants got away from in their countries. We have to have some form of check and balances, a real system to identify these criminals that are hiding in they're wolves in sheep's clothing is what they are. So I ask you, I implore you, close your eyes. I know you have a little girl in your family. Imagine somebody undressing her. Imagine somebody fighting her. Imagine somebody strangling her. Maria was so covered in bruises, I had to go and shop for a funeral dress for her to cover the damage that man did to her. Maria lost fingernails in her fight, and she's a migrant child. Not everybody is the same, and we have to identify these monsters because, like my dad says, they're giving all of us good migrants such a bad name. We owe it to the migrants that are getting away from these communities, and we owe it to our citizens to offer them a safe society. People say, well, citizens kill too, but in these cases, all of these cases are migrants that cause this. And it's the failure of our policies by not checking them. Thank you.
Amen. Well said. Ms. Funder, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Dear members of the House Judiciary
Ms. Funder, hit that microphone too. Hit that button right there, yeah.
Dear members of the House Judiciary Committee, my name is Ann Funder, and I'm a wife and a mother of 4 beautiful and amazing children. And I'm here to share the story about the devastating consequences, just want to put that up real quick, of the Biden-Harris administration's open borders. I hope that by sharing my pain, others may be spared the same heartache. I want to tell you about my firstborn son, Weston. He was an extraordinary child. He was the best big brother. He was a sweet and loving son and a great friend to so many and a joy to everyone who knew him. We attended church. He loved football, hockey, surfing, had so many friends. He had a great heart of gold and a compassion for others that I've never seen on another person. He was always standing up for other people. My husband and I were fully involved in our children's lives, and Weston, like so many teenagers, he wanted to fit in. And during his second semester of his freshman year in high school, at the early age of 15, he succumbed to a moment of peer pressure. He made one tragic mistake, and it took his life. And in February of 2022, our lives were shattered. Our firstborn son, my everything, he was gone. And his whole future and everything that we had prepared him for, all of our hopes and dreams, were stolen in that instant. And despite our best efforts, and our conversations about the dangers of drugs, and our constant support, and our love for him, and he knew he was so loved, fentanyl claimed our son. But our kids are supposed to learn from their mistakes, and 20 years ago, this would not have killed my son. But they're dying from him. Kids today can't make mistakes. Fentanyl changes everything. Illicit fentanyl came over the open borders illegally that killed my son. It didn't give him the chance to learn from his mistake, and I hold Joe Biden and Kamala Harris responsible for my son's death. Their open border policies have led to this devastating crisis. Our tragedy could have been prevented if they had taken decisive action to protect Americans from fentanyl flooding over the borders. Instead, they've exacerbated this issue with their open border policies, and Vice President Harris, appointed to manage the border situation, and I have her tweet from March of 2021 that specifically says that she has been appointed to the border. And every Democrat, I hold Vice President Harris appointed to manage a border situation, and she has failed to act. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and every Democrat who supports these open border policies are complicit in the deaths of 300,000 innocent Americans, including my son, Weston. Say his name. Look at his picture. Since this administration took office, 300,000 sets of parents have had to bury their children. In 2021, till now, 300,000, and that doesn't include 2024. It's now the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45, and it's rapidly becoming the #1 killer of teens, with 14 and under being the fastest growing demographic, and I can show you every day, babies are dying from this. Toddlers, 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds, your children, your grandchildren, and it can happen to anybody's children. President Biden, who knows the pain of loss and losing a child and has another child who has battled addiction, you would think that he would prioritize this issue, yet he remains absent. And Vice President Harris's March 23rd of 2021, her tweet claimed that she was appointed to address the border crisis. She acknowledged the difficulty of the task, but that it was a necessary one. However, for over 3 years, she has done zero to address this problem. The open borders are a matter of national security, and when this administration opened the borders, they gave operational control to the cartels who are operating a multi-billion-dollar business on American soil. I just want to say that, unregulated, tax-free. While not addressing the problem, it will continue to happen. I want to tell you how evil this drug is on our children. If your child tries fentanyl one time, it's not a matter of if they will die, it's a matter of when. The drug dealers are very well trained, and they're manipulative and predatory. They know it's 50 times more addictive than crack, and so if your child tries it once, they've got a customer. Withdrawal symptoms set in after one time of trying it. Within 2 to 3 hours, your child will be battling severe symptoms that we as adults could barely handle. And drug dealers, like groomers, convince your child that they can't tell their parents they've done something wrong. So they give them more. And now you have a child trying to deal with an addiction that they never wanted for the first time in their life. And for $7.50, you can deliver it to your front door, placed under a mat, or your child can deliver it to their front door on social media. Parents are finding their children dead in their beds, a place that should be their safe space of comfort, where they lay their heads at night. And in the morning, parents are waking up to this nightmare. And it's being supported by drug dealers, supported by the cartels, coming over our wide open borders.
This one?
Okay. I'm almost done.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Quickly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Few in this room can truly understand the depth of my pain, and unfortunately, too many families in America can. Weston is gone, and his death is a direct consequence of the decisions made by the Biden-Harris administration. The open borders have been allowed to persist and have led to tragedies like the one that I shared and shattered my family. I stand before you today to hold them and anyone who supports open borders accountable, and I implore you to take this to heart.
Thank you.
Let this be a catalyst for change, because the decisions that we make will prevent further tragedies and save lives. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the extra time.
You bet. Thank you. We're going to go, if we could go real quick, but then we do have to take a recess. Ms. Morin, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have before me a written statement, but it's hard for me to read off a piece of paper, so I'm just going to share from my heart.
Yeah.
My daughter, 37-year-old woman, she has 5 children. On August 5th, she went for a walk on a trail in a small town. We live in a small town in Maryland. We've walked this trail for over 25 years as a family, so it was very familiar, very safe. She went for her daily run She didn't come home that night. The next day, they went out looking for her. They found her, and I'm going to tell you what the court records have said. They found her badly beaten. She was strangled. She was raped. The medical examiner said she had bruises that blanketed her body. She had 10 to 15 head wounds, and she was stuffed into a drain pipe. I went to the funeral home because I had to decide if we could do an open casket for her, for our grandchildren, for our family. And you could tell from looking at my daughter that they had filled in all the holes with wax. They tried to straighten her broken nose and tried to align her face back the way that to look normal. And she was covered with makeup so thick it didn't even look like it was a human being. And I wasn't allowed to see from the neck down the rest of her body. This person is, we found out after investigation, we had DNA that came off my daughter, DNA from a crime that he had committed in Los Angeles where he attacked a 9-year-old girl and the little girl's mom. It turns out that this man was an illegal immigrant from El Salvador. Tammy Nobles and I live in the same town that Tammy Nobles' daughter lives in Maryland. My daughter lived 15 minutes south of this town. An illegal immigrant, he crossed the border 3 times, was sent back. The 4th time, he was a got-away. If they had at any time did the cheek swab for the DNA, they would have known that this person had an Interpol warrant for his arrest for murdering a woman in El Salvador, which is why he was fleeing to America. After he murdered my daughter, he stayed in the same town where he murdered her, continued to work in restaurants, and changed his appearance. And we did a nationwide search. We did flyers, we did commercials, we've done everything, interviews, everything we could to keep her story alive, to tell the horrible thing that happened to my daughter. I wish there was a way to show you pictures of her and what she looked like, what the crime scene looked like. It's the most brutal crime that has happened in Maryland that they can even remember. Her children are having a hard time. All of us as a family are having a hard time. We have nightmares. And I want to tell you another story. This story happened, I'll make it really short, in 1975. There was a 14-year-old girl who was abducted from her house by a criminally insane man. She was kidnapped. She walked 60 miles towards the Canadian border with this man. No food, no water, walked through the woods. At night, she was raped multiple times. The parents and the police did not expect to find this girl, and if they did not expect to find her alive. I'm that teenager, and I can tell you that what I suffered as a teenager at the hand of a criminally insane man is nothing compared to the horrors that my daughter suffered. And it's because of these open borders. And I realize some of you are disinterested in this because you just think it's a partisan thing. But these are American people, these are American families, these are our children, and pretty soon they will be our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. We need to close the borders. If I can survive a crime from an American citizen, these people that are coming over the border, if they're coming over illegally, it's because they have something to hide. Those that come here legally, they're doing the due process, which is necessary to protect them and to protect us. If they're coming over illegal, it's because they're hiding something. My grandparents were immigrants. They came into this into America at Ellis Island. They stayed at Ellis Island. They were vetted before they were allowed to come into the interior of the United States. I just left the southern border where I spoke to Border Patrol, and they showed me their gunshot wounds. They told me their stories about how they suffered broken necks, broken backs, fractured skulls. It's a war zone there, and we need to close it. We need to put those policies back into place that kept our citizens safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nungaray.
Good morning, members of the committee. I want to thank you all for having me here to share my daughter's story on how the current administration open border policies have affected us in Texas. I was 14 when I found out I was going to be a mom. I knew I was young and I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I know I needed to do what was right, which was be the best mom I could be to my daughter. I fought for her. December 27th, 2011 was the day the rest of my life changed for the better. Jocelyn LaSalle Nungaray was born. She was the happiest, chunkiest little baby. She grew up to have this spunky, quirky, funny, beautiful little 12-year-old young lady. She had a personality like no other. She was so caring, loving, thoughtful, one of the greatest friends you could ask for. She was so talented. She had the biggest dreams to be an actress, and she swore that she was going to be famous one day. It has been 2 months and 25 days today since my daughter has passed away. On Monday, June 17th, 2024, my daughter Jocelyn was murdered and thrown in a bayou of water underneath a creek. On that Sunday night before I went to bed, told Jocelyn goodnight, and I loved her. She was there when I closed my eyes that night, and that Monday morning when I opened my eyes, she was gone. She was a preteen, out doing what teenagers do, going to the corner store to get a soda. She was preyed on by 2 illegal Venezuelan immigrants. They saw an innocent young girl and made her a target for their horrendous actions. That Monday morning, June 17th, was terrifying, waking up to know your child was missing and frantically searching the area where her phone was being pinged just 2 minutes away from our home. Driving up to that exact location to see crime scene tape and officers by a bridge, my heart sank. I ran out of the car to the officers. I explained I woke up to my daughter missing and I don't know where she is, but her phone was pinging right where we were. They said they hadn't seen anything and they would let me know. Within 45 minutes, I received a phone call from a sergeant asking me to come downtown to discuss her whereabouts. I'm still hanging on the hope that my 12-year-old daughter is still somewhere out there. They bring me to the floor labeled homicide division. I didn't know what to think. After being taken to a room, speaking for about every minute I remember leading up to my last moments with her was when they had finally told me that the body where my daughter's Jocelyn's phone was being pinged, followed by seeing the photo I showed them, confirmed their suspicions, and they did believe the Jane Doe body that was found matched the picture of my daughter, Jocelyn Nungaray. My heart shattered. I couldn't believe what was just told to me. A day after being told about my daughter, I was told they were going to need to release pictures of the illegal immigrants and my daughter from footage to the local news stations to help find who murdered my daughter, Jocelyn. They proceeded to tell me how my daughter was murdered. She was strangled to death. She had no clothing from the waist down. Her hands and her ankles were tied and thrown under the bridge of water like she was nothing but garbage. The community of Houston was the biggest support. Just 24 hours for them to be found, arrested, and charged with capital murder. Within those same hours, I received a phone call from the medical forensics confirming that the body was in fact my daughter, Jocelyn. The 2 illegal immigrants were Johan Jose Martinez Rangel, 22, and Franklin Pena Ramos, 26 years old. They're both Venezuelan natives. The Border Patrol apprehended Johan near El Paso on March 14th and was released that same day on an order of recognizance with a notice to appear. The Border Patrol also apprehended Franklin Pena on May 28th, also near El Paso. On that same day he was apprehended, a judge also ordered Franklin to appear in court at a later date. Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungaray's life. They saw a young girl, my daughter, Jocelyn, and placed a target on her without her even knowing. They were seen on video at 12:57 a.m. on June 17th walking across the street down by the bayou under the bridge. At 3:04, only the 2 illegal immigrants emerged. They were down there for 2 whole hours. I can't even fathom what was going through Jocelyn's mind, the amount of fear she was feeling in the last moments of her life. Franklin Pena confessed that they had did something bad. The fact that they knew that their faces were exposed all over the news. They were trying to ask their boss for money so they could leave town. It was told, one of the illegal immigrants told the other one, after they were finished, to throw Jocelyn down in the bayou under the bridge to, quote unquote, get rid of any DNA. Individuals like that do not have a heart. They are nothing but monsters who are predators, and those are the kind of individuals that we so openly let in this country. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter. The program of the 2 illegal immigrants were enrolled to failed my daughter. I'm here to use my voice and raise awareness of how broken our country has become with these open border policies. My daughter should have been able to safely walk across to the store knowing that she was going to make it home. In regard to our open border failed policies, I have been working closely with Senator Ted Cruz to push the Justice for Jocelyn Act of 2024, which would require ICE to fill every single open detention center bed before releasing immigrants who entered the country illegally, and to have GPS monitoring tracking for certain immigrants with strict curfew hours, restricting them from being able to be out all hours of the night, and immediately be deported with who violates the terms of their release. My daughter, Jocelyn Nungaray, was 12 years old. She was an innocent kid doing kid things. She did not deserve to have her life ripped away from her and our family. She had her entire life ahead of her. Because of these open border policies, I'll never get to see her start high school, go off to prom, walk down the aisle, get married, or have her own kids, or ever reach her full dreams. All of it's gone. I now and forever will continuously be her voice, and I will not stop fighting for Jocelyn. I come to you all as a grieving mother to please help make this country make a change for the greater good. This country needs to make a change. We need to properly secure our borders. We need to be able to have that security knowing we are safe in our own country. And most importantly, we need to protect our children. They are supposed to be our future. Thank you so much for your time and for the extra time. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you. We're going to take a recess. Back here, we'll have something to drink for you. Lunch will be coming at some point, and hopefully we'll be back and resume the committee as quickly as possible. Committee stands in recess.
held earlier this year that you
Committee will come to order. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff Boudreaux, one of the obvious and most frightening aspects of this open border is the migration of the most violent gangs in the world into our community, such as MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. You said that the cartels are already trying to sink roots into your community. Could you go a little bit more into the details of what you're dealing with now in Tulare County?
Yes, sir. What's interesting is that the cartels have actually infiltrated within California, even within agricultural businesses and businesses up and down the state of California. They are very smart, very good at what they do. They're businessmen. They're also very dangerous and violent, and they lead by intimidation and fear. In our county alone, the cartel that we dismantled was a Sinaloa cartel. The DEA is, of the 50 people we arrested, the DEA is still hunting down the primary suspect who actually lives in Sinaloa, Mexico. During the course of this investigation, we did learn that homicides had taken place up and down the state, as well as in the central San Joaquin Valley.
And did you say that one suspect was responsible for 25 murders?
Yes, sir. So in another case...
This is what you're seeing in California today in real time.
Real time. We have a man who was an assassin working for the cartel. And this man admitted to over 25 different assassinations that took place at the direction of the cartel. He was discovered after he had committed a homicide and accidentally had left a receipt from a gas station, and we caught him on video and was able to speak with him, and during the course of the investigation admitted to those. But what he also admitted is that he was responsible for a certain area of California, and there were many other assassins assigned by cartels in California, throughout California, that were responsible for those areas.
So this is going on all over the state, presumably, all over every state. Are you hearing from other sheriffs about these issues?
I am.
And what are they saying?
They're saying much of the same thing. You know, Sheriff Lamb is a good friend of mine out of Arizona who he and I speak pretty regularly. Much of what I speak of in regards to California and the violence as well as the human trafficking, it's mirrored in other states all throughout the United States.
Now, illegal migrants often arrive into this country deeply indebted to the Mexican cartels that do actually control the border. How do the cartels enforce these debts on the other migrants?
Enforce on the other who?
On the other migrants.
What's happening in our communities, we're seeing people who have come into the United States on work visas and or victim visas where they're living in these small migrant farming towns. The cartel wants to control these migrant towns and truly lead the same way that they are in other countries, specifically in Mexico.
So the violence we're seeing in Mexico is already here and is in the process of getting deeply rooted into our communities.
It's already rooted.
Wow. What impact would you say sanctuary policies are having on this phenomenon, as well as the Democrats' no-cash bail bonds?
Well, I can speak to California. As you are aware, Senate Bill 54 made California a sanctuary state. Here's some of the problems that we're facing. Every sheriff in the state of California in times past used to be able to ask immigration status of those who are arrested and coming through our jails. That no longer is in existence. Sheriffs and law enforcement are no longer allowed under Senate Bill 54, supported by Kamala Harris at the time, spearheading much of the Senate Bill 54 with Sacramento Democrats.
So when the Democrats tell us, well, there's no real evidence that illegal migrants cause more crimes, you're not even allowed to ask if they're illegal migrants.
Well, and that's part of the formula. If I'm not able to ask, then there's no data to support. And so we are legally bound in California from asking someone their immigration status under Senate Bill 54.
Now, the New York Post recently reported that NYPD officers were estimating that about 75% of the violent crimes they're arresting in Manhattan are committed by illegal migrants. Can you give us a rough estimate, just from your experience, what you think is going on in
I'd have to
California?
give you experience and opinion because the data doesn't
Right.
allow me to collect it through the formula.
Right, but what's your estimate?
But what I can tell you is that the crimes that we're seeing based on our investigations that we're well over 50%.
Wow. I see my time's expired. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My staff prepared a speech for me today. I'm going to set that aside and just speak to the witnesses today who are survivors. And I want to say that I certainly offer my condolences. My heart goes out to you for the losses that you've suffered. I did want to say this too, though, in a slight departure from the script that these hearings typically take. I'm a former prosecutor. I spent 4 years as a prosecutor here in Washington, D.C. During the height of the crack wars, we averaged about 450 to 500 murders here per year. And then a short time after that, I became the state's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. Ms. Morin and Ms. Nobles, I think you're both from Maryland, and I think the people that handled your cases were state's attorneys as well. And one of the things I found, I got there in office in 2002. I didn't realize it when I was running, but there was a gang called MS-13 that had come to the district, Maryland and Virginia, and was a highly violent gang. They are organized criminally, and they were 20 plus years ago at the time, and they commit extreme violent acts along the lines of what you're talking about. I think the first case we had was they killed a witness with a golf club. As a 14-year-old girl, they tricked her into going into a cemetery, and they beat her to death in the head using a golf club to kill her. And I guess Bush was the president at the time, and we had similar kinds of issues as what we're talking about today. People going and coming back, they'd get deported from here even after being prosecuted. They made them serve out their jail time, and then they would deport them back to El Salvador. But one of them I talked to subsequently, he'd become a witness against other members in the gang, said basically they just viewed it as a free trip home because they knew that they could come back whenever they wanted to. And that was 2003. I think one of the things I'd like to say to you all is I deeply respect taking up the mantle that you've taken up today. You're able to speak with a moral authority that politicians like me really can't. And I know you'd rather trade that in a heartbeat to get your loved ones back. And I know we can't do that today. But I'll say this as well. I've been involved in public service for a long time. In fact, that was my first boss in politics right there, John Conyers. He was the chairman of the committee last time it passed legislation on immigration, which was over 35 years ago. And I also had a chance to, and they did that on a bipartisan basis, by the way. And when I was state's attorney in Prince George's County, we did a joint prosecution with the federal prosecutor in a RICO case. We took down 23 gang leaders. The prosecutor in that case was Rod Rosenstein. And Rod and I had known each other because we'd been on the opposite sides of the Whitewater case. I worked for the Senate Democrats, essentially defending the Clinton administration. He worked for Ken Starr, essentially trying to take down the Clinton administration. And he was obviously a Republican. I was obviously a Democrat. But we were able to come together and work that case together and do it in a successful way. Now, you'll notice that at this hearing, that there's no legislation connected to the testimony that's being presented today. I think one of you actually referenced Ted Cruz legislation in the Senate side, but there's nothing pending here in the House that would address the problems we're talking about today. We had the chance to do that, but we chose not to do that. The chairman and my Republican colleagues chose not to do that, and there's a story behind that I don't have time to tell, but it doesn't really get to the point I want to make to you, which is this. Beyond this election cycle, because that's an issue that's in the way of getting something done right now that'll address the kinds of problems that you're talking about, there's going to be more opportunities for you to use your voices and your platforms to address these kinds of issues. I'm a Democrat, you're Republicans, or they're Republicans, you may be independents, I don't know. But I know that there's truth on both sides on this issue, and there's a way to get to a place where we can resolve it, but we won't do it in a partisan way. And so I want to thank you for coming today, and I urge you to continue the struggle, the fight, the voice. I think, Ms. Nungaray, you said you will forever be her voice. I know that's true for all of you, and I encourage you to continue in that fight and that effort. But I hope that we can get to a point where we move beyond the partisanship, beyond the politics that have nothing to do with resolving the problem, and can get to a place where we can address it. Can I, just for an additional moment, Mr. Chairman, if I could read Justice Kavanaugh, this is a quote I read every time we have a hearing like this. And he's a Republican, obviously, but I want to say, as the district court found, the executive branch does not possess the resources necessary to arrest or remove all of the non-citizens covered by the arrest and removal statutes. That reality is not an anomaly, it is a constant. For the last 27 years since those laws were enacted in their current form, all 5 presidential administrations have determined that resource constraints necessitated prioritization in making immigration arrests. In light of the inevitable resource constraints and regularly changing public safety and public welfare needs, the executive branch must balance many factors when devising arrest and prosecution policies. I read that just to say this. 5 administrations have come and gone. We still haven't gotten things done. We're not going to get anything done today from a legislative standpoint, but there's a way to get it done if we can come together and work in a bipartisan way to do it. And so I thank you for the work that you've done and you will continue to do. And I yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields back. Before yielding to the gentleman from Arizona, I would just point out, bad things may have happened 20 years ago, but obviously more bad things are happening now in light of 10 million people in 3.5 years coming into the country. That's the different dynamic. That's what our witnesses are talking about. I yield to the gentleman from Arizona.
If I might,
5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman?
I gave you an extra 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And what I point out is I don't want to get distracted by responding to all of what I would call blather I just heard. But I will say this, the Republican Party joined with Democrats to pass H.R. 2 15 months ago, and that was a border security bill. And that would have taken care of a lot of issues that we've seen on the border. So I first want to thank, in particular, all our witnesses for coming, but in particular pay homage to Ms. Nobles, Ms. Aguirre, Ms. Fundner, Ms. Morin, and Ms. Nungaray. Thank you for your courage and your very poignant testimony today, and we won't forget. But I want to read a quote here from one of the witnesses that the Democrats invited. Quote, "But cruel and inhumane actions and policies by the United States Border Patrol, Texas Department of Public Safety, and local law enforcement have made it incredibly difficult for individuals fleeing violence and insecurity to live safely." Close quote. Sheriff, an open border that lets people come in by the millions, unvetted, that terrorize Americans, can you describe that as anything but cruel and inhumane?
What we're seeing is very cruel. When I'm looking in the eyes of 11-year-old girls who have been brought across the border and been raped, when we have young families who have been brought across the border as victims of human trafficking landing in the United States, specifically to what I can speak to in the central San Joaquin Valley of California, not 1 or 2, these are hundreds of people coming across as victims, where they're brutally raped, beaten, and used in the sexual way and in the sex industry. It's cruel. I feel that if we secure our border, we vet the people coming in, we identify the most egregious and felonious and those with mental health conditions that are impacting the safety of Americans and Californians, as to what I can speak to, I would identify your statement as being true, very cruel.
So just for relational or contextual matter, the Yuma sector, which is one of the largest on the southwest border, in the last year of the previous administration, their encounters were about 8,600. and that includes unaccompanied minors, single men, family units, and others. About 8,500. During the height of what we've seen going on under this administration, the Biden-Harris plan on the border, Yuma at one point was getting that weekly. There have been weekends that they've gotten that. It's now back a pace where it takes about 3 to 4 weeks to get that. What they experienced in 1 year, that small community is seeing about once a month now. And it comes with it the flow of individuals that are totally non-vetted. Away they go. We don't know where they're going. The number one got-away corridor, the Tucson sector in which I live. Number one got-away. We don't know who they are or where they're going. We know that they are trying like crazy to evade capture. And they get into the communities, and you see what's happened by the testimony today. And I keep on my computer, and I was just looking at it earlier today. There literally were hundreds of articles over the last 3 months of violent crimes perpetrated on Americans and those who are legally in the country by those who've illegally come into the country and been released. It isn't a matter necessarily of resources because there are ICE beds and ORR beds available. It is a matter of policy because they won't let you, Sheriff, actually report to ICE and request information. And if there's an ICE hold, can you turn them over to ICE? You cannot. It is policy that has driven the grief that you see here today. My time is up.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to also express my profound condolences to each and every one of you who've suffered loss. I have 2 kids. I'm a mom. I would do anything for my kids, and I cannot imagine the grief of losing a loved one in such a tragic way. So I want you to know how much I respect the courage that it took for you to be here today, to share your grief and your pain. I represent El Paso, Texas, an incredible community right on the U.S.-Mexico border. I'm the only member of this committee who actually lives on the border, raised her kids on the border. I'm a 3rd-generation border resident. And there is no one who wants to modernize our outdated laws more than those of us who live on the border. We are the families that have for decades been trying to help the federal government treat people with dignity and humanity. And we have long been asking for reform. I think what is most frustrating to me as a member of Congress is what is happening today at this committee hearing, where we have colleagues who are exploiting people's pain for political purposes. And unfortunately, that's what's happening today. The finger pointing at the administration by members of Congress is frustrating to me as a member of Congress because we are the ones who write the laws. It is legislators who are responsible to write the laws around immigration, around border policy, and it is up to legislators to adequately fund the resources necessary. I can tell you that I have been pushing a bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill that addresses outdated border policies and that addresses migration and immigration together. There are 8 Republicans who've had the courage to join that bill. None of them are on this committee. And that bill cannot move because of the obstacles put in front of that. The administration has tried and asked over and over again for adequate resources. They've been hamstrung by obstacles put in the way, preventing those resources from getting to where they need to be. Mr. Ivey mentioned a Senate bill so draconian, I could not have voted for it. It was enforcement only. It was, to me, not workable because it was so focused, again, only on enforcement. But it wasn't Democrats who stood in the way of that. It was the folks on the other side of the aisle who torpedoed what was the most border hardening bill ever written. And that's what Republicans called it. And with regard to, Mr. Ivey, you mentioned wanting solutions, and one of our colleagues mentioned HR 2. I know you're aware of this, but their bill, HR 2, relies almost exclusively on Mexico. And if Mexico wasn't doing the job that they're determining needed to be done in HR 2 was a fantasy. It wouldn't do anything. My point is this. When there were mass shootings, including, as Ms. Lopez mentioned, a mass shooting in El Paso, Texas, by a white supremacist, 23 people shot and murdered in cold blood with an assault-style weapon, traumatizing an entire community. We held hearings that were linked to solutions. We wanted to solve the issue. We wanted to bring resolution. We wanted to find a path forward so that people wouldn't live with the kind of pain that communities like ours that have lived through mass shootings had to live through. There really, truly, there is very little interest on the other side of working in a bipartisan way to find meaningful solutions. You all deserve that. Our country deserves that. And there are those of us in Congress fighting to get to those bipartisan solutions because we don't want to see families living in pain. We don't want you to endure the loss. We don't want anyone else to endure the loss that you all have endured. I and other colleagues are going to continue to work on those bipartisan solutions because that's what our country deserves. I hope you will join us in fighting for those bipartisan solutions because it's long past time that we get there. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Nobles, did Republicans on this committee, Ms. Nobles, Republicans on this committee or any of Republican staff exploit you in any way to come to today's hearing?
No, I am not being forced to be here. I am here because I want to be here and I want changes to be made and I'm fighting for here for my daughter. And I can't speak for everyone else, but I'm sure the other witnesses weren't even forced to be here either, and they want to because they love their children.
In fact, my understanding is our Republican staff helped you get answers to the murder of your daughter that you didn't get from anywhere else. Our staff helped get that information by going to DHS.
You have, yeah, yes.
How about you, Ms. Morin? Did you feel exploited in any way? That's what the Democrats just said.
No, I don't feel exploited.
You're here to tell your story about what's going on out there. Ms.
Yes.
Nungaray?
No, I do not feel exploited. I simply want to raise awareness that we need change, and my daughter's voice and her memory should not get lost in that.
Well said. Ms. Funder?
No, I don't feel exploited in any way. As a matter of fact, I find it very interesting that all 5 minutes for both of your testimonies on the left have not had any questions for us up here, but instead a speech. And I will tell you, I'm getting tired of hearing about the most comprehensive border bill, which did nothing for for American citizens. It gave visas to people who needed to extend their visas, and it gave asylum to people coming over, and it did zero for an American citizen. And I would love somebody to answer to me what it actually did for American citizens. It did not do anything for an American citizen.
Ms. Aguirre? Ms. Aguirre?
It's insulting that you would say that to these families, that you would make an assumption that they're being used or exploited anyway. What I will do is I'll give you my number. It's 281-673-0736, and I'd like a phone call from you to see what you can do to help these families, because every single week I get bombarded with calls from victims all over the United States, but I'm just a small person with a small foundation that helps people here locally in Houston and Harris County. Not one time when her daughter was murdered and I was helping her navigate the criminal justice system did one Democrat call me to offer their assistance. It was only Republicans, and I am an independent. I vote both ways. So it's insulting. No, please don't speak over me, because I'm still talking.
Okay. Responding to your
I'm not done.
invitation
I have the
to
mic. I have the floor.
chair
I have the floor. If you want to answer me, you
Chair
ask.
has the time, and the witness is allowed to
So
respond.
I'm asking, you said some very broad statements. It's insulting. These people lost loved ones. They lost children. And we want to see a difference. We may not understand everything that's going on, but I assure you that we're not being used in any way. And if today somebody calls that number that wants to help from any side of the aisle, we want solutions.
That's
so
what
do
I
not,
just
I'm still
talked
talking.
about.
The
So
time-
please don't.
I just talked
Don't
about
make an
belongs-
assumption.
Ma'am.
Don't make an assumption that we're being used.
The time-
That is insulting.
The time belongs
This
to
is
the chair. The chair
exploitive.
now yields.
Insulting.
The chair yields the remainder of his time to the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the witnesses. I thank the chairman. Ms. Nungaray, your daughter was taken from you in June of 2024, this year, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
She was killed by two Venezuelan men who crossed into Texas in March and May of this year, correct?
That's correct.
Those two Venezuelan men that crossed into Texas were released by this administration into the community after crossing, correct?
That's correct.
Do you believe that your daughter would be here today if they had not been released into the United States?
I so heartedly believe that, yes.
Ms. Morin, your daughter was taken from you in August of 2023, correct?
Yes,
Killed by a man from El Salvador who crossed illegally and was a gotaway. Is that correct?
yes,
Do you believe your daughter would be here today if the current administration were not overwhelming border patrols such that we have 2 million known gotaways over the last 3 years?
I think that if we had the policies in place that we did a few years ago that vetted the immigrants that came in, that my daughter would still be here.
Ms. Nobles, your daughter was taken from you in July of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes,
By a 17-year-old from El Salvador who entered in March of 2022, just a few months before, correct?
correct,
Was released into the country. Is that correct?
correct.
Do you believe that your daughter would be here today if that individual had not been released into the country according to a mass release program that has been underway for the last 3 years?
Yes, she would be alive today if they would have made that one phone call to El Salvador to check, because he did have a criminal record in 2020 and gang-related tattoos.
I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. Dr. Farfan-Mendez, we have heard about some devastating tragedies at today's hearing. Unfortunately, tragedies occur far too often in this country at the hands of non-citizens and citizens alike. Parents are afraid that their kids won't be safe at school, at parades, at grocery stores, and even at houses of worship. The United States has long struggled to pass meaningful gun violence prevention measures into law. Last Congress, we were able to enact some much-needed reforms, but far more must be done. How does our inability to ensure that guns are well regulated, as the Second Amendment calls for, embolden cartels and incentivize more people to migrate to the United States?
Thank you for your question, Congressman Nadler. One of the things that when we discuss organized crime is often lost in the conversation is that, like any organization, they also have operating costs. And one of these operating costs is that related to guns and the ability to perpetrate violence. And because it's so easy to traffic guns from the United States into Mexico, essentially what has happened is it has significantly lowered the cost of perpetrating violence in Mexico and other parts in the Western Hemisphere. And what these criminal groups are able to do, because violence is an essential component of their activities, is issue very credible threats to people, meaning that I can convince you, because I have an arsenal to prove it, that either you comply with what I'm saying or there will be consequences. And what we have seen is that to the extent that criminal groups are better armed and have these arsenals, again, that are very easy to acquire and traffic from the US into Mexico and other parts in the hemisphere, this creates displacement in communities, meaning that it puts pressure on migration corridors and it creates challenges in terms of addressing the migration flows that we're discussing here today. And what I'm hearing today essentially is I think all of us in this room are interested in having the health and safety of our communities. And what I would say to you is that to the extent that this firearms trafficking is not addressed, it's going to be a root cause that is basically left unattended. And we will be asking questions where the answer is very clear. Again, to the extent that these criminal groups have access to firearms that are very easy to acquire from the US and also ammunition, this will make it very cheap for them to perpetrate violence, and it would put a lot of pressure on migration flows.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Over the past few years, we've seen harmful rhetoric thrown at religious organizations that help migrants, including the Catholic Church and the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, HIAS. Such rhetoric was echoed by the gunmen who murdered 11 congregants at the Tree of Life Synagogue in 2018. We have also heard attacks on religious organizations from members of this committee. Your organization is affiliated with the Roman Catholic Church of El Paso. Can you talk about how your faith calls you to serve all those in need of help, including asylum seekers?
Yes, thank you, Congressman Adler. For me, at a very fundamental level, as a Catholic, it's important to me that every single person be treated with human dignity and respect. And at the very core of the work that we do, that's what it comes down to, is treating people with respect. You know, even sitting here today, having to hear the stories and the losses of you know, the witnesses on the panels, I can't even imagine, you know, the losses that they're dealing with and the pain that they're going through. And so we as an organization try really hard to make sure that we are treating people with that same dignity and respect, and that as attorneys, we're bound by the law. We are bound by what we are allowed to do within the legal system, and we work really hard to make sure that those individuals who do qualify for a benefit, that we treat them with the respect and dignity that they deserve.
Thank you. And how do attacks on religious organizations impact your work?
It makes it really scary for us to do the work day in, day out. I will say that it doesn't hinder our work, but it certainly makes us more weary of our surroundings. Following the mass shooting in 2019, we did have to increase security around our building out of fear that we might be the next target.
Thank you. Dr. Farfan-Mendez and Ms. Lopez, you both live and work on the border. Can you please tell us about life on the border and how living there has shaped your view of immigration in the United States? Dr. Farfan-Mendez, let's start with you.
Thank you, Congressman Adler. Well, I'm an immigrant, and let me share a story with you. August 30th is the International Day of the Disappeared, and August 31st is Overdose Awareness Day. And it's by happenstance that these 2 days happen to be together, but it seems very pertinent to the reality of North America. And in those 2 days, we set empty chairs, one on the San Diego side of the US border and one in Tijuana for the Mexican side. And those empty chairs symbolize precisely the loved ones that are no longer at the tables to gather with their loved ones. And what it meant to do, and what it is a call to action, to think about how border communities can work together. And what's interesting and pertinent to this hearing from this call to action at the border is that families on both sides came together to say these are shared tragedies and these are shared pains, and we should be thinking about how we can work together and have meaningful engagement to stop deaths on both sides of the border. And so I will let you with that story of pragmatism and hope, again, from the border in terms of how we can find a path forward.
Ms. Lopez.
I would say, for me, there's something really beautiful about being on the border. We have the opportunity to live a life that's quite complex, and in that, you know, we know what it's like to be in Mexico. We know what it's like to be in the United States. We have a sharing of culture, a sharing of language, a sharing of so much, and that it almost feels like one large community along the border. And there are the complexities of immigration and immigration matters along the border that I have family members that are unable to cross into the United States because they don't have immigration status. And so it's a complex life, but it's a very beautiful, culturally rich place to live.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I want to finish the line of questioning that I started before. Ms. Aguirre, I'm going to come back to you on something more specific, but just on this simple question. You told a story of Maria Gonzalez, the 11-year-old girl who was taken from her father and was killed by a 17-year-old Guatemalan released into the United States. Is that correct? In microphones, yes.
That's
so that
right.
is correct. And then I would say for Ms. Fundner, your son Weston lost his life to fentanyl poisoning, correct?
Correct.
Now, unlike the specifics of some of these other witnesses, you can't say for certain exactly how that fentanyl got through to your son. But you would agree that Weston is one of hundreds of thousands, correct? I think one of you testified to 300,000 lost lives. And so the many faces of fentanyl, right? The many faces of fentanyl. Can we say that we are losing more Americans to fentanyl poisoning as a direct consequence of open borders allowing fentanyl to pour into our communities? Would you agree with that, Ms. Fundner?
100%.
We have witnesses here at the table talking about the crimes that affected them directly. I would ask Sheriff Boudreaux, just a yes or no or quick response to this question. In 2021, there were 11,200 pounds of fentanyl seized. You go to crime, in 2022, we had 12,000 criminal alien arrests at the border. In 23, border agents apprehended 15,000 criminals. With 2 months left in FY24, we are also at 15,000 criminal arrests, and the year isn't over yet, so it's surging. But here's the real problem, because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will say, oh, look, it's working, they're doing their job. But while Border Patrol has intercepted those increasing numbers of criminals, DHS whistleblowers revealed on August 11th, 24, that as many as 950,000 violent criminals have gone unidentified. In your experience, do you think it is an accurate assessment that scores, thousands of criminals are coming into the United States and being released or getting away from authorities?
That is accurate and true.
And that in your experience, you see it in real time. Is that correct, Sheriff?
In real time.
So we've talked about all of the impacts on the individuals that are testifying here. Ms. Aguirre, I wanted to see if this would surprise you. I released a report, my office did, entitled Border Invasion, or America Invaded. And in it, I detailed 50 examples that we found, 50 examples, and there were more. We had to cut the list off in order to make sure we had room. Let me just read a few of these across the country and see if you agree that you think this is a problem and what you're experiencing in your life representing people that are victims. September 3rd, the consequences of the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies, the case of the illegal alien brutally assaulting a teenage Louisiana girl. August 30th, the case of the illegal alien who brutally assaulted a New York woman. August 17th, Brazilian migrant accused of multiple Massachusetts sex crimes, arrested. August 15th, Haitian illegal immigrant charged with raping pregnant woman at Massachusetts migrant motel. August 15th, U.S. officials nab Peruvian gang leader wanted for nearly 24 killings in home country. August 14th, machete wielder at Capitol was a legal immigrant despite being a priority, quote unquote, for detention. August 13th, migrant charged with rape in third NYC sex crime bust of an asylum seeker in 2 weeks. August 12th, NYC migrants, including one charged in sex assault 4 months ago, raped woman at knife point, beat her boyfriend. August 7th, Venezuelan migrant with suspected gang ties released in the United States before terrorizing NYC and is yet to be deported. I can go all the way back, date by date, through the year, into last year, November 4th, 2021. Without objection, I'll insert this into the record and the thousands of examples that are plaguing Americans across the country. With that background, one, Ms. Aguirre, can you confirm that these are just a sampling of what you're experiencing as a victim advocate out of Houston and people that are contacting you across the country, that this is not hyperbole, that this is not political, that these are in fact real human beings that we're trying to advocate for? And secondly, can you explain to the American people why was Maria targeted?
You know, I'm going to start with the fact that the reason there's so many sexual assaults committed by illegal immigrants is because in their countries there's very little consequences, meaning that when there's a girl found that has been raped and murdered, it's not unusual. there isn't DNA collection, and there's no embalming, and there's no autopsy. She's buried. And along with her is what they did to her. So these predators thrive in these countries. And if you're not from those countries, you don't know that. Everybody thinks that it's like America everywhere else, and it's simply not. So when they come to this country to do this, it's because they're accustomed to doing that in their countries. And this is the problem with letting everybody in. And the case of Maria Gonzalez echoes this, because also Maria was here illegally as well. But her and her father were living an honorable, quiet, hardworking life, while this other individual came into this country as a child migrant, came in at 17 years old, and he was 18 years old when he killed her. 3 weeks into being in this country, and he killed her. The reason he chose her is because she's a child. The second reason, because she's a beautiful little girl. And the third is because she was vulnerable. They don't even have respect for their own communities, because both of these individuals were from Guatemala. Did that stop him from killing her? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And it was not necessarily something that we could say, oh, well, you know, she passed away peacefully. No, she passed away fighting. She passed away hurting. She passed away losing nails, biting him, trying to get him off of her in her own home. These individuals see a little girl and they have an appetite for her. They see a woman and they have an appetite for her, because they do this in their country and it's not unusual. These are the type of people that we're letting in. By not checking, we don't know who's coming in. And you're not only, while you're reading your list, a lot of these people that they're harming are within their own, seeking the people that are in their hotels as well, that are also migrants that are being hurt. So they're hurting each other. And the same, like as you two are here in the testimony, Ms. Lopez and Dr. Mendez, you guys advocate for immigrants, but immigrants are also being victims of these bad immigrants. I just don't understand how we could let everybody in without checking them.
Thank you, Ms. Aguirre. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Which one?
Oh, we'll go down the line. I'll do whatever you. Swallow, okay.
I'm sorry to each of you for the circumstances that have brought you here. I'm truly sorry that this has happened to your loved ones. And the persons responsible for the deaths of Weston, Arlene, Rachel, Kayla, and Jocelyn should die in jail and then rot in hell. That's what they deserve. I believe in security. I want barriers on our southern border at every place it makes sense. I don't want anyone to come into our country if we don't know who they are. I was a prosecutor. I'm probably one of the only persons in this room who's actually prosecuted and put away for the rest of their life some of the most violent people in our community. I'm the son of a cop. My brothers are cops. The two of them walk the beat every single day. I believe we can have security first and also address a workforce crisis and find a pathway to earned citizenship in our country. But I want to be real with you. Congress is divided, and it's hard to get everything you want. On gun violence, I want an assault weapons ban and background checks. We have a divided Congress, and so we had to settle for Republicans and Democrats coming together for the Safer Communities Act. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. And fewer kids will die in their classrooms today because Congress compromised. I want to be real with you. They don't want a compromise. Donald Trump walked away from the second most conservative Republican in the Senate offering a compromise. Don't take my word for it. Take theirs.
The border is a very important issue for Donald Trump, and the fact that he would communicate to Republican senators and congresspeople that he doesn't want us to solve the border problem because he wants to blame Biden for it is really appalling.
But I would acknowledge President Trump failed, along with Republicans. They failed in 2018 to actually move a border security bill to tighten this so that we weren't dealing with this crisis right now.
We all felt that border was a complete disaster, myself included. First, there was an effort to make law, which requires you to deal with Democrats. And then a number of our members thought it wasn't good enough. And then our nominee for president didn't seem to want us to do anything at all.
It's your colleagues in your party, sir, who torpedoed this, who didn't get the facts right on what you just outlined was in that measure. They killed it. Ironically, not Democrats.
Right.
Each of you came here today, not easily, but you expected a serious forum. You are serious. This issue is serious. They are not serious. The chairman yesterday tweeted, are the aliens, the chairman yesterday tweeted, when President Trump was in office, the border was secure and illegal aliens weren't eating your pets. He also then tweeted, again, knowing that you're gonna come here to talk about your loved ones who were lost, you would expect some seriousness, some gravitas, respect for the people who came here. What in the hell is this? The chairman tweets, protect our ducks and kittens in Ohio because he goes down some crazy rabbit hole, completely debunked that aliens are eating pets? My God, are you okay, Mr. Chairman? Because last year, for a very long time, you tweeted and promoted Kanye West as he was calling for genocide against the Jews, and you kept it up. And now, when we have victims coming here, you're tweeting this nonsense. I don't know why you would do this. I hope you're okay. I don't know if the aliens who are eating your ducks are in the room with us right now, but Mr. Chairman, this is a serious issue. These people have loved ones who have been lost, and you tweeted this. So I am sorry that you came here expecting seriousness. You are serious. They are not, and you deserve a hell of a lot more than what you're getting from them. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you very much. I hope you appreciate the drama that just came out here. We passed a bill called H.R. 2. It's the best secure the border bill that has ever passed through a House in the United States Congress. And if you read it, it secures the border. It accomplishes what you would like to see happen. And by the way, to secure the border, it doesn't even require an act of Congress at this point. The president undid it, and the vice president, as the borders are, undid it. They can put it back together any time that they want to. It's as simple as that. Ms. Fundner, last week in my home state of Wisconsin, an illegal alien gang member from Venezuela was charged with domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, and strangulation. Are you surprised?
I mean, no.
Are you surprised that he already had active warrants in a neighboring county for similar offenses?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Boudreaux, Sheriff Boudreaux, would you be surprised that this illegal alien had 2 fictitious immigration documents on him, including a Social Security card when he was arrested?
Not surprised at all.
Would you be surprised that during the investigation by the police chief in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin, he uncovered that this illegal alien came to the United States about a year ago in El Paso?
Not shocking.
Since he came across in El Paso, he was arrested in Minneapolis in November of 2023 for receiving stolen property. Would that surprise you at all?
No.
Would it surprise you that Minneapolis did not issue a detainer to ICE for his deportation?
Would not shock me.
Minneapolis being a sanctuary city. And on December 1st, 2023 in Dane County, which is Madison is the seat of Dane County, he was charged with strangulation, suffocation, false imprisonment, battery, and disorderly conduct. Would that surprise you at all?
No.
And Sheriff Boudreaux, are you from California?
I am.
I did not hear your opening testimony. Isn't it correct that the vice president called for the end of ICE detainers as an elected official?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should have a hearing in the state of Wisconsin. Prairie du Chien is a community of about 5,000 people, beautiful little community south of La Crosse on the Mississippi River. And as a result of the failure, certainly in Minneapolis, probably in Dane County also, there is a person that has come to that little community now that has been charged with violent crimes, including against a minor. And as we're hearing from the people that are here today, they're not surprised at all that this would happen. And while making the joke in regards to ducks and things like that, it underlies a more serious issue in Springfield, Ohio, where you have what? Is it upwards of 10,000 Haitians that have been pushed into that small community, and they think, they being the president and the vice president, that they're simply going to assimilate into that community? It's not happening. It's not happening across America. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to issue the call once again. I think this committee should come to Wisconsin, and if you could come to Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin, people want answers. They want answers of why this is going on in the United States of America, how people can commit multiple offenses across various jurisdictions and nothing is done. And America is being destroyed. The fabric of family, community, it's being destroyed, isn't it, Ms. Funner?
Yes, it certainly is.
So I hope you'll all come to Wisconsin. I know it's happening in every state, but I hope you'll come to Wisconsin because maybe it can make a difference to stop people like the current border czar from continuing this carnage of an invasion that is happening across America. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. It looks like we may be heading to the Badger State. Gentleman from California is recognized.
This one?
That one. It's your turn, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to also echo my condolences to the parents of the victims. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for sharing your stories. They will not be forgotten. And I also believe that those individuals who perpetrated those crimes should never see the light of day, and they should fry in hell. Murder, rape, some of those most heinous crimes that can ever be committed against a human being. They leave scars to the survivors that never go away. You know, back home in Orange County, a dozen years ago, I came home from work and came home to a number of police cars and helicopters surrounding an apartment building right across the street from where I'm living. Went to find out what was going on. Soon realized that a rapist had been caught right in the middle of his act, raping a woman in the laundry room. This young man decided to dash off, took off through my neighborhood. They finally caught him, found out through DNA and other instruments that he had raped at least 20 women, all undocumented in the area. And these are the women who actually stepped up to testify that they had been violated, that they had been raped. This is an American citizen who was preying on those that were undocumented. And Sheriff Boudreaux, I know your area. I spent, when I was a young man, picking oranges, picking plums. I did stuff for a living in your area. In your area, there's a lot of undocumented farm workers, honest, hardworking individuals that support the local economy, farm worker economy in that area. Farmers rely on them. Your economy relies on them. I would imagine you wouldn't be supporting mass deportation of undocumented workers in that area. I would imagine you'd probably be more interested in some kind of an orderly way of vetting individuals. They're looking to work here honestly with a green card. What would you support, sir?
A lot of that goes outside my purview because my focus is public safety. But what I can say is this.
Sure.
Were you going to comment?
No, sir, please continue.
What I would say is this, is that what we're finding is that we're having victims at all levels, those who are here illegally and those who are here on work visas. We're finding that more and more of the violent and egregious, either cartels, gang members, are coming into the area, intimidating and terrorizing those that you speak of.
I
Those
sit
that
on
are
Homeland
working.
Security, so we're working on a lot of these issues, trying to coordinate with other countries around the world to make sure these folks that commit crimes in other countries don't come here to do the same.
If I could say this.
Go ahead.
I've said this often. Mexico is not our enemy. Mexico is an ally of the United States. But who our enemy is the cartels, the human traffickers.
Couldn't agree
drug
with you
runners.
more. Couldn't agree with you more.
I believe that we need to secure the border so that we can vet those coming in, so that we can have those working on work visas, as you mentioned, in our agricultural community. We have lots of people there that are here illegally, living peacefully.
In my last minute, we'll talk more later on, but I think everybody in this committee would probably be in favor of a secure border with a system to let those that are looking for good, honest work have the opportunity to find opportunities in America, just like our forefathers did. And I look forward to continuing to work with you, sir, and others. I have a very good relationship with Sheriff Barnes in Orange County, great man. But it is a mess. 80% of the women, by the time they get to our border from Central America, are raped or sexually assaulted. Horrible statistic. And these are a lot of, young girls, as been described today. We have a lot of work to do. In my opinion, it's not a Democrat or Republican issue. I hope all of us here can figure out how to work together because these solutions have been proposed. We just can't get them implemented. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My good friend from California is one of the more moderate Democrats. I appreciate his friendship. In this case, he's just dead wrong. We had 10, 12, 14 million illegals in this country before this president came in, and we hadn't been able to clear them out in years, and we hadn't been able to get them vetted into the jobs, including the 2 million jobs in agriculture that my farmers say they want. This president and this vice president have allowed more than 12 million additional illegals to come into this country, and they come disproportionately, not from Mexico, as you know, they come from some of the worst places on earth. I have been at the border. I am a border congressman with over 80 miles of border in my district, the busiest land port anywhere in the United States. And you know what? Every time I go there and lead a trip to the border, what I see are Venezuelans, Afghans, Syrians, Russians, and the list goes on, Chinese. And yes, Mexico's our ally, but Mexico is an ally that violates international law by allowing these people to come in without visas. If you're Chinese, you cannot go to Turkey without a visa unless you say you're going to America and have no visa. From Turkey, when you come to Mexico City, you cannot land there and not be immediately pushed out without a visa unless you say that you're going to the United States and have no visa. Then they sweep you all the way to the border. That has to change. And for the mothers who lost their children here today, I will tell you, it would have been avoidable. It would have been avoidable if we'd had the mass deportation of people illegally here. Dwight David Eisenhower was one of the most moderate members that has ever served as a president. But he was also the commander-in-chief, and before that he was a five-star general, and he understood that laws need to be enforced. We are not enforcing the law. We have over 22 million illegals, and we still have shortages of farm labor, as Mr. Carrera would say. Well, we have that because nobody has been told, if you want to come here, we'll give you a visa to come here to be a farmer. And by the way, that's not a green card. A green card is a pathway to citizenship. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, for my this is my 24th year I've served here. For 24 years, they've talked about wanting reform. Every time they want to reform, it's like that cockamamie thing that was going to come out of the Senate, where you could do 5,000 people a day, and then if the president objected, you could slow things down. Yeah. That's not a solution. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are calling this a stunt. This isn't a stunt. This is the 4th year of an administration that has willfully allowed people to come here with no vetting whatsoever, again and again and again, and they know it. And the border czar, now presidential candidate, was the first person assigned the job and hasn't yet done it, just as she was the last person in the room before the withdrawal from Afghanistan. So I will tell you, I'm going to ask you a question, Sheriff, because it's pure law enforcement. It is something I'd like to hear your opining on. In my district, we had a hearing just a week ago. We had one of our mothers explaining how her child came to be confronted by illegal adult males trying to force themselves onto a school bus because they'd come illegally. And if you can come illegally in the U.S., why can't you also illegally get onto a school bus and make them take you where you want to go? In my home district, they couldn't figure out where a law was broken. Can you help me figure out how something so wrong can, in fact, not find a crime to charge these people with under state law?
Well, I can't answer to the law enforcement in the area, and we support law enforcement, and I know that you do as well.
I love my DA. She let me down. I'd like to like my sheriff, but I can't figure out how you could not come up with a charge. I know one thing. If I try to push my way onto a bus, a school bus, somebody would figure out a way to charge me.
I would figure out a way to charge. In California, in my county, we would figure out a way to charge. There's laws for a reason, and we have safety for those reasons, and when you don't enforce the laws, safety is no longer in existence.
To all the brave parents who came here to talk about their losses, the only thing you can tell by many of us up here on the dais that are not, I tend to be a pretty laid-back member after so many years, and I don't yell and scream. But I am animated today about your losses and the fact that they will continue until we change how we do business. And it won't be with the people across the aisle until we can actually bring them to understand we can't have 22 million people here. We will need a mass deportation. The priority, of course, should be criminal aliens. It should be people from unvetted. But it should be those 1.4 million who have already been ordered deported, none of whom have been sent out. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My objective in my 5 minutes, which is not much, is to hear from the moms. But before I do, I just want to take a trip down memory lane. Kate Steinle, does anybody know her name? Kate Steinle? She was used to be a stark outlier. She was shot on a pier in San Francisco in 2015. It was accidental, I think they said. It was sort of an occasion, sort of a freak encounter with an illegal alien. Now we have a hearing in front of us today in which I think I counted 5 dead. I think I got 4 brutal sexual assaults, a couple of those children. And Laken Riley's murder seems to sort of have announced this new phase. In my own community, a Guatemalan was arrested in rural Gaston County on an Interpol warrant for a child rape. A Honduran was charged with murder 1 in Mecklenburg County, Charlotte, where I'm from, arrested in Houston. In July, a Honduran illegal 18-year-old with a 16-year-old undisclosed identity went on a random shooting spree in Charlotte, North Carolina, killing 1 person, injuring a number of people. It was an MS-13 gang initiation, we heard. We're hearing about Aurora, Colorado apartment buildings being taken over by local Venezuelan gangs. Eric Swalwell can laugh about it if he wants to. He thinks it's funny, but you're hearing reports, a guy standing in front of a city council talking about migrants, Haitian migrants, dumped like 20,000 of them, dumped on one small community in Ohio, picking up ducks to eat and killing cats to eat them. I don't know if it's happening or not. We'll find out. They denied the Aurora thing at first, right, too. Witnesses have come before committees I've been on, and they've talked about hyper-violence. To the ladies, to Ms. Lopez and Dr. Mendez, with all due respect, conditions are not the same in the United States as in the countries from which people are fleeing. That's why they're fleeing. If you replicate the conditions in those communities, what will you have solved? Where will people flee? So here's the thing. When I was elected in a special election in September 2019, in October I went to the border, and it was calm and quiet. There was one asylum seeker at the port of entry I went to, because in May all hell had broken loose, and the Trump administration had responded with the migrant protection protocols, remain in Mexico, and it crushed the number of people coming in. It stopped the overwhelming flow. So the question I have for the moms, and I'm going to ask you one by one, do you think it's getting worse? And do you think it can get even worse than it is now? Ms. Nobles.
Yes, most definitely. We're seeing more and more cases every day, a lot, way too many.
Ms. Fundner.
Yes, absolutely. Fentanyl is just, every year it gets larger and larger, the deaths. I mean, this is on American soil. We have 300,000 people dead since 2021 under the Biden-Harris administration, and it's just growing, and we expect it to be much bigger this year. Now, we have reports that they're underreporting right now, and I'm not surprised because it's embarrassing. But yes, absolutely, it's getting worse. It is 100% getting worse.
Ms. Morin.
Yes, I think that if things continue, we're going to have a war on our soil. I think that this is a security risk for our country. And the reason why I think that is because people are turning a blind eye to what's actually going on, and that allows these unvetted criminals to come into our country, set up camp in all different states. I was just telling one of the gentlemen here that I was at the border. I met some folks at the border. I saw who lives at the border. I was also up in New England a week ago, and I was surprised by the amount of immigrants from the Congo and from Sudan and from South America in northern New England. That's unheard of. In Massachusetts, they've spent over $1.5 billion in order to...
I want to save about 30 seconds for Ms. Nungaray, so give me finish that.
All right, but yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Ms. Morin. That's quite the contrary. Ms. Nungaray, how about you? Is it getting worse, and do you think it can get worse than it is?
I do believe, yes, it is getting worse, and it will continue to get worse if we do not use every detention center facility bed to detain them until their immigration court hearings to confirm and make sure for us U.S. citizens that we will be safe with letting new individuals in this country, because they're taking our future, our children. They're taking people who are supposed to be making a difference in this world. It'll get worse if we don't make a difference.
Ms. Aguirre, I'm going to fire off one more question. They told us that there are about 2,500 children who were separated from their parents when we heard all the uproar about that. Now I understand that there are 300,000 children who are disconnected, gone missing. What about that?
To me, it clearly sees that there is more, there's more worry about immigrants' well-being than Americans' well-being. And that's troubling, because they rather comfort migrants by not putting them through the process of getting them vetted, and that means staying in a detention center while that vetting process is taking place in an asylum hearing, right? So they're willing to jeopardize American lives in the process. So it almost like they have these backdoor arrangements where they're like, okay, well, we might lose some American lives. Some of them might be criminals, and we're willing to gamble with the Americans' public safety. And that's where we're at right now. Because people need to understand that I personally am not against migration. I am against unvetted migration, because, as you said, these migrants are fleeing from something, and here we are creating the same environments here in United States soil that they're fleeing from. you know, it's astonishing to me how many of these victims are actually also asylum seekers that are victims of their own migrants that are there with them in these groups that are being housed together. And it's very troubling to me because it's not good for anybody.
I join you. I think it's getting worse, and it can get worse. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. I apologize. We're going to have to take another recess. There are 2 votes on the floor. I will try to get back ASAP, but you know, you can take a break, and we'll be back as quick as we can. Committee stands in recess. Committee will come to order. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank all of the witnesses for speaking with us today. And I know several of you had to travel here, and thank you for taking the effort to share your stories with us. They're truly heartbreaking. I want to extend my condolences to the witnesses who have lost family members to criminal activity. I'm an attorney, I've been a champion against violence against women, and have tried to work to do everything that I can in all communities, but also in immigrant communities, to make sure that we stop the scourge of violence against women. And I stand with my colleagues for any way that we can do bipartisan work in this area. I also want to point out, I'm from North Carolina, so we're not a border state. And we've had incidences of illegal immigrants who have killed not just innocent victims, but also members of law enforcement. We're celebrating the anniversary of that, in that tragedy in my district right now. Immigration doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's a result of a lot of forces that push people from their native countries and pull them to ours. And perhaps one of the greatest forces is our American labor market. And I appreciate the comments of Mr. Boudreaux, understanding that there are labor issues in this country that bring people here and that opportunity. And our economy relies on foreign workers and to fill some jobs, particularly in times of low unemployment. And that is one of the times that we're having right now. And migrants, the ones who don't perpetrate these horrible crimes, take a lot of risks traveling to the United States to seek a better life because they know their labor's needed. And employers in my own district are begging for legal pathways that have the kinds of background checks and review that I know you're asking for. And this is particularly in the agricultural area, as we've discussed, and also in construction. And I am 100% for checking everybody out when they come to the border. However, excessive criminalization of immigration inhibits labor flow, and to only focus on that side keeps us from being able to do the kinds of background checks that we need to do. And what's happened that we've seen, particularly in the agriculture community, is that seasonal workers in decades past who could come temporarily now feel like they have to stay the entire time in order to do the work that they want to do because they don't have that free flow back and forth. And the criminalization of immigration and the increasingly limited legal channels to come to the United States, particularly for seasonal jobs, has led to a growth in criminal enterprises, and we've discussed that. And we absolutely must crack down on those criminal enterprises. Those criminal enterprises result in human trafficking, drug trafficking, trafficking in firearms. They hurt the immigrants, they hurt our citizens, and they hurt the fabric of our communities. So I agree with my colleagues who have said that comprehensive immigration reform would address all of these issues, the issues at the border, the issues with trafficking, and then the issues in our labor force. If we could create more legal pathways and ways to create an incentive to check people's backgrounds before they come to the United States. Legal pathways would also ensure that migrants coming to work in the U.S. are completely vetted before they're able to integrate into our communities, and would allow their skills and labor to fill the needs that we have and hopefully reduce crime in the future. My first question is for Ms. Lopez, and I only have 15 seconds. To the extent that you're able, can you comment on the typical employment prospects of many migrants, and would you describe the contributions that they make to the local communities they settle?
Sure. I can tell you that the biggest impediment for them is obtaining work authorization. Currently, there are significant backlogs in the processing of those applications. However, the majority of them, when they do find, are able to obtain work authorization, they do tend to work in lower income fields. Typically, agriculture is a very common example. We have a lot of people, not very many of the immigrants actually stay in El Paso. The vast majority leave El Paso, and we see them settle in North Carolina, South Carolina, other places where there's agricultural work. And then we also see a lot of people who have advanced degrees and then are able to get those recognized in the United States and continue on with their being a doctor or a nurse or that type of work as well.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me the extra time.
My home state colleague yields back. I recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here today, and I was able to hear each one of your presentations. I know it's a long and kind of gut-wrenching day to be here, so thank you very much for that. Mr. Biggs and Mr. Issa and myself were just in the San Diego sector Thursday, and I had been there before, and one of the facilities that they want members of Congress to be able to see is where the Ninth Circuit keeps all of the evidence from the cases that are pending before that court. And they call it the vault, and it's just mind-boggling when you're in there because there is so much fentanyl that is being smuggled across the border, and specifically in the San Diego sector, 60% they're estimating, not my numbers, this is what DOJ is saying, 60% of all the fentanyl is coming through that San Diego sector. So I wanted to kind of focus on that and kind of respond to some stuff that was said earlier about there's no real legislation kind of that brings us here today. But Ms. Fundner, your son Weston, and unfortunately, you know, I know it's difficult for law enforcement to kind of track down. I just wanted to ask you, was there any success in finding out where your son ended up getting the fentanyl that ultimately took his life?
Yeah, they know where he got it, and they know who gave it to him, and it's on camera, and it's on text, and the case was dismissed.
So in the other cases in my state in Wisconsin where there are parents that find themselves in the same situation that you do, that's been part of it. So the trafficking and how it makes its way across the states. So let me just kind of bring that back together again, because 66% of those deaths involving synthetic opioids, the fentanyl stuff, is not permanently designated as a Schedule I narcotic. And this is something that is just still unbelievable to me, that we passed in the House last year a bill that would permanently designate that. I think this could make all the difference in the world. Absolutely. And unfortunately, it's become a partisan vote as well, which makes no sense. So if I could turn to the sheriff. Sheriff, can you just give me kind of an overview of how Schedule I is viewed? And do you think that would make a significant difference in the way law enforcement is able to handle fentanyl as it continues to pour across the border?
Well, the drugs listed under Schedule I obviously are the most egregious and dangerous to the human body without strict regulation from physicians and or those who would be able to oversee Schedule I type drugs, for one. When you talk about how, if I can touch into the fentanyl coming into our country, obviously China is working with the cartels, and that's how it's coming in, stamped in Mexico and then freely coming across this Biden-Harris open and unsecured border into our country. In my county alone, and up and down California, we had over 150,000 fentanyl pills in a traffic stop where 2 illegal immigrants were released under California law, where they were off into the wind and never to be seen again. And I tell that story because it's not uncommon to law enforcement all up and down California and across the country. And that's how this fentanyl, this dangerous fentanyl, is getting into the United States. But having said that, under a Schedule I, I think it would give far more federal regulation and or a sting in the bite into prosecution and those being held accountable for jail time. I think it would send a very strong message to hold people accountable for the dangerous, deadly fentanyl that is impacting American citizens.
Thank you very much. And Chairman, I mean, I would just like to reiterate again, what we're hearing at the border, when we talk to the Border Patrol, oftentimes they're saying that it's the trafficking, it's the smuggling of the narcotics across the border that absolutely is linked to every other aspect of those that are coming across illegally. So if this is certainly the basis of a lot of the organized crime that's actually being utilized right now to make all this happen. So I think we bring the bill back, we focus on this, we pass it through committee and get it back on the floor of the House, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like, Sheriff, I was looking a little bit at your bio. You're native of California and spent, almost 40 years as a sheriff. So you have a very long history and perspective, and how it changed California and what's really happened at the border. What do you believe from your perspective? You look at it historically and where we are right now. What things have worked? Obviously, we have no border security. We have completely broken immigration system where if you're here illegally, you get a lot of benefits and your judgment proof and a lot of welfare is that it's very becoming problematic to really support our own citizens. But if you want to try to do something legal, it's almost impossible becoming to immigrate to our country with a long line and really very unreasonable. And I would say very stupid immigration policy. But from the border security perspective, what have you seen work, what haven't worked? You've worked on the variety of administrations, Republicans, Democrats. What could you share with us that you think is important and where we are right now and what you think that an urgent needs that Congress needs to address?
Yes, and quite frankly, I don't feel that it's all that complicated. I feel that it's pretty reasonable. That we have a strong and secure border, that we're able to vet those who are coming and going, that we provide the opportunity for people to come into this country through the legal system in which we have had for years. There's laws in place that just need to be adhered to and obeyed. We find that the drug activity and transportation and trafficking of drugs, guns, human beings across the border is less. Will it completely eliminate it? No. That's just part of crime and criminal activity. But we will have a controllable handle on it if we enforce the laws that are currently in place, and that we get rid of the most egregious and felonious people causing harm to American citizens, holding them accountable. If you're bringing fentanyl into this country and people die, you need to be held accountable. If you're bringing human beings into this country and you are using them for a sex trade or gaining making money through criminal means by trafficking humans, you must be held accountable. I believe there should be federal laws that if you are trafficking young children for the purposes of sex trafficking or any other means, or any other human being for that matter, that there should be a federal law that you are held in federal prison for whatever determinate amount of time that is, so that a message is sent very clearly to those who are doing that. If you hold people accountable, if you enforce the laws that are in place, you will see a drastic reduction in the amount of people killed by fentanyl, the amount of cartels that are involved in coming across the border into our country, and you will actually have immigrants that are here, living peacefully, working in this country with the idea of chasing the American dream. I do not think it's complicated.
Thank you. I agree with you. And unfortunately, we haven't seen it, especially in the recent years. But if you would look at some things, what Congress is doing or doing, because really the most important power we have is power of the purse, right? We set up policies, we give direction, executive branch should, follow these directions, and funding is the way for us to, to actually hold the other branch accountable. And we haven't been doing our job very well, not just very well, it's terrible. I always say the only good thing that makes me optimistic that Congress has what, about 12% approval rating, so American people can see it. You know, there is some hope. But from some of the things, what do you think are the most important things if we look at the fund? And maybe someday Congress will have a funding discussion. We haven't had it for a while. We just do CRs and presentations. You know, what do you think, you know, the most important things? Because we've heard some very tragic stories, you know, the real consequences, you know, real life affected, you know, because of negligence and disregard of duty by executive branch. And what do you think things that Congress should maybe take a looking at the funding and other things that we try to force the other branch actually enforcing the laws?
I believe that law enforcement across this country should be supported, and the idea of defunding the police is one of the most ridiculous things that I've ever heard in my 38 years of law enforcement. We must support law enforcement at every level. Now, what that means is on the border, we need to spend money to make sure that we have a strong and secure border. But if you're asking me my opinion, and I'm only law enforcement, but common sense is something that I pride myself in. And I would argue that if infrastructure was put in place, that you had enough people along the border in regards to the judicial process, providing as many judges as you can, as well as possibly an incarceration facility to hold people in custody if they're coming across the border outside the means of the legal system. But you have enough resources at the border that you can actually keep it from becoming this funnel that everyone is so worried about and not being able to get into this country. But I think if you use the purse strings to help support resources along the border with infrastructure as well as people, I think that we would eliminate some of the issues that we, quite frankly, are facing in this country right now.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Sheriff Boudreaux, I want to say Tulare County must be very proud of you. You've, in two quick 2-minute speeches, you've about distilled this area more effectively than maybe anybody I've ever heard. I understand that you have a flight to catch and need to leave the committee within 5 minutes, so you're dismissed to leave at your discretion. Thank you, sir, for being here. And with that, I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today, including the sheriff, but to Ms. Funder, Ms. Morin, Ms. Nungaray, and Ms. Nobles. I've listened to your testimony, and our hearts are with you. It is a difficult task to discuss the loss of your children, and this committee appreciates your presence and recognizes how difficult it truly is. And as to Ms. Nungaray, as the father of twin 12-year-old daughters, and my heart was especially touched by your testimony. Thank you. This Biden-Harris administration's failed immigration policy, the border crisis created by this administration, continues to harm communities across not just the southern border, but across the country. And having traveled to the border 3 different times, twice to Texas, once to Yuma, Arizona, we not only got to see the impact that it had on those communities, but how every community is impacted. We talked to farmers whose crops were invaded by illegals who were camping in the fields in Yuma. And if anybody's been to a convenience store in the middle of winter and turned over a ready-made salad and looked at the bottom, it says made in Yuma. So not only are you dealing with food supply issues, food price issues, but also farmer costs. And then we went to a hospital and saw a NICU, and the NICU directors talked about how many of their NICU beds are filled with migrants because it is a dangerous journey. Women are assaulted on the trip up, and they are often pregnant by the time they arrive at the border. They don't have prenatal care. They are often delivering prematurely and have to take up those NICU beds. If you are a citizen of the United States and you're in Yuma, Arizona, and you need a NICU bed, you're traveling to Phoenix, several hours away. Talking about the education system and the need for ESL teachers and the impact on the tax rates and the transportation and the housing costs. And I mean, this is a humanitarian crisis, but also a crisis at the border, and it's also a crisis across the country in communities like mine, which is thousands of miles away, in the Commonwealth of Virginia. But having been a prosecutor, I worked with a county who had an ICE agreement so that when illegals were arrested for committing crimes, they were tried, they were jailed, but the day they got out of jail, they didn't go walk the streets of Harrisonburg. They went and were taken by ICE to the airport, and they were sent back. And to any of you who would like to answer, why should everyday Americans care about the border crisis, even if they are thousands of miles away from the southwest border in places like Virginia? Ms. Aguirre?
I can tell you that all the people sitting here today didn't choose this path. Tragedy struck them without choice. Alexis had no idea that was going to be the last day she was going to have her daughter, alongside these other mothers. So whether or not you want to take notice of what's going on at the border, it might come knocking at your front door. Mr. Gonzalez, when he left to work that day, had no idea that was going to be the last moment he saw his daughter alive. The next time he was going to see her was at the medical examiner's office identifying her body. So whether you're a Republican, whether you're a Democrat, the criminal element of the immigration population do not care. Yeah. They are going to afflict their criminal ways on our communities regardless. And not even mentioning any of the financial things that you just mentioned, which are important. My primary focus is the preservation of life, right? And quality of life. And I am just besides myself that we prioritize giving a complete stranger who has never contributed to our society a chance at the likelihood that they may or may not harm a U.S. citizen. Yeah. Or in my case, a little girl who's also a migrant.
And all you have to do, if you're in any part of the country and have a relationship with your law enforcement officers, go talk to them. Because as Sheriff Boudreaux said, even my sheriffs in rural Virginia can tell you when they pull over an unmarked van on the interstate highway and find sex trafficking, human trafficking, minors being abused, that is happening right in our backyard. And so we have a responsibility to protect the citizens of our districts, just as we do to ensure that you can be protected in your homes as well. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you. I thank the witnesses again. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hagan.
Thank you. There's a couple of statements that I'd like to make, and then I would like to give you an opportunity to make a statement about why you're here and give voice to the victims that you are representing here so beautifully. First of all, the Senate bill is not a border hardening bill, as you have pointed out. In fact, it would allow a minimum of 5,000 illegals to cross the border every single day without any enforcement whatsoever. I come from the state of Wyoming, and under the bill that has been proposed by the Senate, every 2 weeks we would have a minimum of 70,000 people crossing the border. That's more than the entire population of the largest city in the state of Wyoming. So I agree with you, that is not a border security bill. There's also been a comment made that we're not here talking about any particular bill, but that's not actually true. In fact, this week I am leading a bipartisan coalition of House members to introduce what's called the Fight Illicit Pill Presses Act. A bill which requires serial numbers for pill presses and prescribes penalties for tampering with pill presses. These pill presses are one of the methods by which traffickers are disguising lethal doses of fentanyl to look like other pills, and this bill will help law enforcement better track and punish those responsible for distributing these pills into the country. So we are working at trying to find a solution. You know, I have listened to your stories today. I have watched your body language. I have watched as you have engaged with various members of this committee. And I think what I'd really like to do is give you the opportunity with each one of you who have suffered these terrible tragedies because of the crimes of illegal aliens. I'd like to give you just a few minutes to describe your family member and what is the message that you would give to the Biden, Harris, and Mayorkas administration. Ms. Nungaray, I'm going to start with you.
Well, my daughter was definitely her own personality. She wasn't like any other child. She was spunky, quirky, was an amazing friend. I've had the pleasure of hugging so many of them because they just miss her so much. She had a love for animals. Her dream was to save every stray animal and take care of them. She didn't want any animals to be left out in the streets without a home. She was a kid, a preteen, a few months shy of being a teenager, doing what teenagers do. We've all been there, and I wasn't expecting to wake up and not find my daughter, and I really wasn't expecting to not find her and to realize she was never going to come home again.
She won't be forgotten.
Thank you.
She won't be forgotten.
We need better security. We need to make sure we are looking into who we're letting in. They were both reprehended and released the same exact days for both of them. And the last one was not even 3 weeks, and it took my daughter's life. They took my daughter's life, and because of these policies we have in place, the pain and the trauma is irreversible. So now I'm here to advocate for her, and as much as I am not a public speaker, I am standing strong and facing my fears for Jocelyn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Morin.
Thank you. Rachel was tiny little girl. She was probably 5 feet. She always said 5'2", but we knew she was 5 feet. She was feisty. She was like a little spitfire. She was actually born with orange hair, very red, but she didn't like her red hair too much, so she always bleached it blonde. She was very active. She loved her children. She had a very bad stammering problem. And as a child, she was bullied a lot because of her speech. And so I told her a story when she was a little girl, and I said, you know that there was another person that was very famous, and he had a stammering problem. And I told her the story of Moses. And I told her that God gives special people special gifts because it makes them stronger. So she looked at it not as an impediment or pediment, as a handicap. She looked at it as that was her strength. And so she went out of her way to be outgoing and to choose jobs like a hostess at a restaurant where she put herself in the public way to speak. She ended up making so many friends. I think when we had the walk, there was over 2,000 people that came out for her walk the first time. She also was very compassionate and kind towards others because she knew what it was like to be bullied. And so she accepted people for the way they were. And I'm here today to speak about her, but also to speak about all the women that are attacked but aren't killed. Because I've done some speaking, I have a lot of ladies that come up to me in the areas that I've traveled, and they'll tell me that where they've been attacked, and someone will come up from behind them and try to put them in a, chokehold, and they will fight to get away. And one person in particular said that she was able to get away from this particular man, went to the police to report it, and it turned out that the man had attacked 7 other women.
Oh, my.
But nobody hears these stories because there's not a dead person, or maybe the crime hasn't been fully committed. And so there are still crimes that are going on far larger than we expect that are being unreported. And so I really want Rachel's life to make a difference. And I really want and hope that you take into consideration what we're saying, because we want to save lives. It's not about politics. It's not about if you're a Republican or if you're a Democrat. It's about being American, protecting our families. And the only way we're going to do that and have this really be a land of opportunity for both the American citizen and for the immigrant that wants to come in is to do it legally and to have people vetted before they come into our country. We should be protecting ourselves.
The time of the gentlelady has expired, but we'll let Ms. Funder and Ms. Nobles give a quick response, if you could, to the gentlelady's question, and then we have 2 more members to question.
The Biden-Harris administration is doing nothing, and there's the fentanyl problem is such an issue. It's pouring over our borders. It's killing more people in America, more young people in America than any other ailment in this country. And it's killing children. And it is, you know, it is nothing's being done about it. And there's no excuse or no reason why we're not doing something. 300,000 Americans have died on our soil. I've said it so many times. And it's a war on our soil, and nothing is being done. Why aren't we securing the borders? Why aren't we going after the cartels? Why aren't we telling China, like, shut down your factories? This is not okay. Why isn't fentanyl, aside from Schedule 1, it's a weapon of mass destruction. The things that could be done with fentanyl is, it's insanity that they will not shut the borders down. It's killing our children, and it's killing more children and more people in this country than anything else right now. It is an epidemic, and it needs to be dealt with, and there's no excuse why they haven't done anything.
Ms. Nobles, if you could briefly give a brief response, that'd be.
I believe that the Biden-Harris administration is responsible. Kayla's murderer came over as a UAC, unoccupied alien child, saying that he was scared of gang activity in his country, knowing that he was an MS-13 gang member.
Mm-hmm.
Kayla was a very loving, happy girl. She loved the home. She wanted to help the homeless. She loved animals. She worked so hard to become independent with having autism. She could live on her own. I made sure she could live on her own. I would never have let her live on her own if I knew she couldn't do it. She worked so hard to overcome all the obstacles in her life, and this monster just ripped her life out. After all that hard work, her life is just snuffed out just like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Their voices are being heard. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Generally yields back. I believe we just have 4 more. We'll go with Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Nels, Mr. Hunt, and Mr. Ruley. And then, I apologize for the long day and the breakup, but we'll go as quickly as we can here. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To our witnesses here today, I am sorry for your pain. I can't say that I know what it feels like as a father and now a grandfather. I don't. Nobody will ever know. People shouldn't even say that in my mind. I am sorry, though. And there's no words I can say, but the worst of all of this is it didn't have to be this way. You know, I hear crocodile tears. I hear people, they should rot in hell, they should this and that. But we can fix this, and it should have been fixed, and it wasn't this way. Names like Lakin, Weston, Rachel, Kayla, human souls, human beings that were raped, that were murdered, that were disfigured, that were tortured and thrown away like garbage. And this is because, and I'm going to say it, of the Harris-Biden failure. And everybody can say what they want to over there, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. And I'm sad to say this because I don't want to be mean. I do not want to be partisan, but I'm simply telling you the truth. The truth is, tens of thousands of Americans are being killed by fentanyl, and you know it. I don't have to repeat all the testimony that you all gave, and that drug flows freely through our borders. The truth is, in Aurora, Colorado, gangs of Venezuelans are taking over apartment buildings and extorting rent from people. Think how scared those people are. They're having to pay them money so that they can live safely in their own home. The truth is, in Ohio, Haitian migrants are beheading the ducks in public parks, and yes, it's weird. It is weird, but we didn't bring that weirdness here. We didn't bring that distorted behavior here, but it's forced on a small town in Ohio when 30,000 illegals have been pushed upon them by the federal government. The truth is that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden let these people in. You all remember when the administration changed and they had T-shirts on at the other side of the border, Kamala Harris T-shirts and Joe Biden T-shirts. There was a reason for that. It is tell the truth time for a change. Who rescinded the executive orders? The executive orders that Donald Trump had put in that were there to protect us. Who wouldn't finish the wall? Who wouldn't keep the Remain in Mexico policy? Who instituted catch and release into our country? Who let Title 42 lapse with no replacement at all? Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. When you do wrong, you have to own up to it and be blamed. And when our party, and I hope you look at old videos from the past, because this is not the only hearing we've had. We've had these hearings all across the country. When we brought these concerns up, the left laughed at us. And they said they were fabricating stories and that we were being political. This is the end result of what they did. I pray to God, and I mean this, I pray every single day, and I'm not giving you a political speech. I pray to God that Americans see and know this truth. They trusted our government. They trusted them to protect us from foreign threats. Their trust was shattered and it was destroyed by that administration. Our witnesses today, your stories, that's the truth. It's the ugly, horrible, sinful truth. The truth is, this administration knowingly, purposefully, methodically destroyed our protection at the southern border. That is the truth. They may not like it now. It's an election year. So now we care about the border. That's a lot of bull. I'm telling you the truth. Month after month, we watched year after year as millions of illegal immigrants poured into this country. We watched as tens of thousands of pounds of fentanyl poured into this country, killing our youth, killing our most vulnerable, good kids that made sometimes just one mistake. And we watched as terrorists come into our country. We've got hundreds of terrorists in our country. We don't know where the hell they are, what they're doing, and what they're gonna do. And you know what we watched? Kamala Harris and Joe Biden do absolutely nothing and welcome it. Worse than all, they encouraged it. They've created this evil, and it is evil in our country. Not all undocumented are evil, but the process is evil and wrong, and it allows evil to come in. And you know what? When they asked her, and we all remember it's on video, it's not hard to find. They asked her about it. What did she do? Do you remember? She laughed. She laughed. She said she hadn't been in Europe. She hadn't been at the border. She didn't give a damn. It was a joke. It was funny. It isn't funny. Your lives will never be the same. That's not funny. And over here, we know that we're really better and safer in the country because of illegals, and we're even told that they are better and safer than our own Americans, that our own Americans commit more crimes. And they've even said it today in this hearing room. You heard it. So I'm going to bring you real quick questions. Ms. Funder, is that fentanyl-laced pill hadn't been smuggled across our border, would your son still be here today, yes or no?
Yes.
Ms. Morin, if the man who murdered your daughter had been stopped at the border, would your daughter still be here today, yes or no?
Yes.
Ms. Nobles, would your daughter be here today if an MS-13 gang member with a history of murder was stopped at our border and sent back to where he came from, yes or no?
Yes.
God help us. We must be strong. We can't save these shattered lives, but if we want to do something in their name, that next bill that we finally get through and pass when we have a new president should be named for all of you, and their lives will still have meaning. And your lives have meaning. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well said by my friend here, Mr. Boudreaux. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here, taking the time. To the witnesses that have lost a child at the hands of this crisis. As a father of three, I can't fathom what you're going through, and I'm truly sorry for your loss. Ms. Nungaray, I introduced the House version of the Justice for Jocelyn Act, which I thank your family. You helped write it. You helped write it. I want to thank you for that, to honor the memory of your daughter and make sure preventable deaths of American citizens at the hands of illegal aliens never happens again. It doesn't have to happen. And thank you again for your family's help and on that. And again, my apologies. Spend a minute and share with the committee how important it is that this bill, this Justice for Jocelyn Act, that it gets passed.
I believe it's super important for it to get passed because we don't know who we're allowing in this country. And the fact there were hundreds of beds they could have had them in There was no reason to do the catch and release. We have going on, there was no reason for it. They should have stayed apprehended until their immigration court hearing.
That's right.
It's not right, it's not fair. It took an innocent child from a future. She was supposed to be part of the future for the next generation.
Well, I can assure this, you have my commitment. I think you have the commitment of the chairman and this entire Judiciary Committee that we're going to move on this. I think it's the right thing to do. It's very, very important. Unfortunately, there are countless other victims out there in the Kamala border crisis that didn't get an opportunity. They didn't get an opportunity to tell us their story in this committee today. And our witnesses are far from alone in their suffering. Ms. Fundry is not alone in the loss of her son from the fentanyl. We've talked about the fentanyl and how it's poisoning our people. #1 cause of death for Americans 18 to 45. In 2021, more than 1,500 children died from fentanyl poisoning. In 2023, fentanyl deaths over 100,000. And it could all be prevented. It could all be prevented. And fentanyl is just one part of the story. There are many other victims. The countless businesses been victimized by mass retail theft committed by gangs. Rural areas near the border who fear for their families as illegals trespass on their property. New York police officers being beaten by these mobs of illegal aliens. People who themselves or other family members assaulted, been robbed, killed by an illegal alien, including those by drunk driving, happened when I was the sheriff of Fort Bend County. Before I came up here, I had illegals. And the knucklehead, after we caught him, we find out he was deported 6 previous times. How the hell do you get deported 6 previous times? Because you just got back and forth, easy peasy for him. Hard to look at a guy, look at the family of Miss Boo, who was killed by this illegal, and say, I'm sorry, but this guy shouldn't be here. Unacceptable. Reports of the armed Venezuelan gangs of illegals taking over entire communities. I think you touched upon it, Colorado, that trend, Nicaragua. And what's frustrating about that is this, is the Border Patrol back in September 2022, they knew, they were alerted, hey, look out for these bad hombres coming out of Venezuela. Because what do we know? Back in 2015, Trump was right. I can remember when he said it. They're not going to send us their best or their brightest, right? And then Trump is all of a sudden labeled as this racist because he said such. They're going to send murderers, rapists. He's right. He's right. He's right all the time, quite honestly. He's certainly right here. So I send a letter to Mayorkas in September 2022 expressing my concerns about what we're hearing from the Border Patrol. What kind of response do you think I got from him? Nothing. I hear nothing. Then we go into February 24 with Laken Riley, that wonderful, beautiful nursing student, murdered by, again, another Venezuelan, right? Sent a letter to Mayorkas, and what do you think I get? What do I get back? Nothing. He just doesn't want to talk about it. He avoids it. Then we go to June of 2024, Jocelyn, Nungaray. Again, 2 Venezuelans. Nicolas Maduro's not a dummy. He's not. He sends all the worst people up here because he knows it's going to cause chaos for our country. So he embeds them, he sends them into our country, and this is what we get. Venezuela's, their inflation is over 222%. Their poverty rate is at 50%. Why wouldn't he want them back? We can't find out what kind of people these are when they enter our southern border. We don't have a relationship with Venezuela to find out what kind of people these are. But I'll guarantee it, Kamala Harris, you're responsible for this. Do you know what her position was in the border real quick? And then I'm gonna finish. Her campaign positions: pledge to end my immigrant detention. I'm gonna taxpayer fund gender care. I'm gonna decrease the funding of ICE, and I'm gonna end ICE detainers. The American people are smarter than this, and if we're gonna save our country, let's bring Donald Trump back. The American people are smart enough, and we're gonna save our country and secure a border on November 5th. Donald Trump will do it for all of us because he puts America first. He puts you first and your families. God bless you all.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Oh, Mr.
No,
Chair.
I'm sorry. We've been joined by the lady from Vermont. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come here as a new member of Congress. Was a teacher prior to that. I have 2 teenagers myself. And I know that there is nothing that matters more to us as moms, as our kids. Nothing. And so I want to start there because I know there is absolutely nothing that any of us can say to alleviate the suffering that you have been through and continue to endure with the loss of a child. Prior to coming into the committee today, I was in a hearing on the online dangers that girls and teenagers face. I have committed my life to work on the mental health crisis, the crisis of loneliness in this country, especially among teens and young people. I'm concerned about gun violence prevention. I'm concerned about solving real problems. And what's been so hard for me being on this committee is I come from my state legislature where people do sit down across the aisle. They sit down and they solve problems together. And it's been very frustrating for me when I know coming into here that this problem, this terrible problem of broken immigration, of dangers at the border, predates this Congress, predates this president. We can go back decades. This is a can that has been kicked over and over again. Now, again, there's no comfort in that for any of you. But I think what Americans need to be demanding of all of us, I don't care what party you are, what they should be demanding of all of us are real answers to these problems. Because nobody should have to bury their child because they've experienced violence. Nobody should. And so I guess I want to make a plea, honestly. We don't know who's going to be president come January. We don't know who's going to be in charge of this chamber, whether it's going to continue to be the Republicans or be the Democrats. We don't know. What we do know is that we, as members of Congress, should be working every single moment of every single day in our committees to actually get work done together. The American people deserve better from all of us. And I think what pains me the most as a parent who just sent my kids off to school again in the last 2 weeks is spending so much time worrying about the gun violence that they experience in schools. And I hear from parents all over my district that they're worried about the safety of their kids. And again, whether it is the violence at the border, whether it is a broken immigration system, whether it's gun violence prevention, I wish that we could stop the grandstanding and actually sit and do work together. That's why we're sent here. We are not sent here to serve any person running for president. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. That is not what we're here for, to talk about your guy or your gal that you want to see in that office. The American people deserve better from all of us. My family deserves better from all of us. And again, there is nothing that I can say to you who have lost your children other than to say, we need to do better. And I make my commitment to you to do my part, to work across the aisle, to stop demonizing each other, to stop demonizing Americans. And I also come to this hearing as the child of an immigrant who came here for a better life. And I never imagined that I would be in the halls of Congress as the child of an immigrant. And so I am holding many stories here as I sit here, and I'm just very deeply, deeply sorry for your loss. And I will do everything that I can in my job to make sure it doesn't happen again. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes Mr. Hunt of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we have family members of victims who were murdered by illegal aliens who should not have been in this country in the first place. I want to start by saying to the victims' mothers, Ms. Nungaray, Ms. Morin, Ms. Nobles, and Ms. Funder, how sad I am for your loss, and I genuinely mean that from the bottom of my heart. It takes so much courage for you to stand before us today, sit before us today. It's been a very long day, and for us to hear your testimony and for us to hear your stories, it really warms my heart, and I know that there's bravery left in this country, and you represent that. You embody that. Ms. Nungaray, I am a fellow Houstonian, and I want to especially thank you for being here. Your tragedy hit very close home to me. Your testimony is heartbreaking, and 2 illegal aliens walked across the border thanks to the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies. Within months of being in this country, they took the life of your young daughter, Jocelyn, which is ridiculous. And I'm a co-sponsor, and I'm also strongly supportive of the swift passage of the Justice for Jocelyn Act so that no child or parent will ever have to experience this tragedy again and sit before us in this hearing room again. Thank you for being here. Question for you as well, ma'am, if you're open to it. I would like to give you the opportunity to tell us anything that you have not mentioned in your testimony about your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn.
I didn't want to press what she was. She was a child. I believe all of us as adolescents have done things our parents wouldn't recommend to do. We didn't always all listen to our parents, and a lot of kids just want to have fun, and a lot of these children really do believe that they're invincible, and they don't know the harms that they have and that are right in front of them in this world, and a lot of them are being preyed on. And my daughter really should have felt safe to, even if it was late at night, which she had no business doing, we know, but she should have been able to walk a couple minutes from our home and be able to safely get home without having to be lured somewhere by being the helpful little girl she was just trying to help them get to wherever it was they were going, and they took advantage of her.
Thank you. Again, this touches home to me because I have 2 daughters, Olivia and Victoria. If some of this happened to them, I actually don't know what I would do. Actually, I have an idea, and I probably wouldn't be in Congress anymore. So I understand your frustration, and you're right. Our children should be able to walk these streets safely, no matter what hour, no matter what decisions that they make. The left keeps saying that statistically Americans commit more crimes than non-Americans in this country. Well, I'd like my colleagues on the left to know that these mothers that are dealing with this understand that that's actually not true. And in fact, police sources told the New York Post that around 75% of people arrested in Midtown Manhattan, which is not necessarily a direct border state, in recent months, they've been illegal aliens. The federal government must do everything it can to protect American citizens. That's actually our sole purpose. That's our #1 job. And we can do that. It's simple. We need to reestablish the immigration and border policies that worked under President Trump. This is not difficult. My colleagues on the left want to say this is not political and it doesn't matter who your guy or gal is. Yes, it does. It really does, actually. And because if President Trump were in office right now, we wouldn't be sitting here. And I don't care what political affiliation that you have. Those are facts. Kamala Harris wants you to confuse her border policies now because now she's claiming that she supports Trump's border policies and she wants you to believe that she's tough on the border. But we know that's not true. And as we know, that the best predictor of future performance is past performance. There's been a lot of talk today about policies. House Republicans in May of last year passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. House Republicans have done our part to attempt to prevent these tragedies from occurring and happening again. But the Democrat-led Senate didn't even take up the bill. If you think things are bad right now, if Kamala Harris, our borders are, is back in office after November the 5th, we will continue to have these hearings. We are doing this to elucidate the American people, to let them know that we have got to stop this from happening in this country, and we have the ability to do just that. I'll end with this. I have 18 seconds left, and I want to tell you, I could see your faces right now. Ma'am, this picture in front of me has really touched my heart. I took a picture of it, and I will show it to my children, and I will show it to those people in Houston, Texas, to prevent this from happening again. I can see the pain on your face. As a father, I understand exactly how you feel. As a combat veteran, and tomorrow was 9/11. As a combat veteran that went to war after 9/11, I fought for this country to keep these animals from killing our young children. I will continue to fight tirelessly to do just that. Thank you so much. Thank you for your bravery. God bless you all. And we are trying our best to prevent these tragedies from ever happening again. Thank you so much for being here.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this hearing today, and thank you, ladies, for being here. When I was in the South Carolina legislature, chaired an opioid task force that was our state's response to the opioid epidemic. And at the beginning of every hearing we did, you get into the policy, right? You get into the weeds of where you are and how do you get out of this. But we always started and ended every hearing with the faces and voices of those who are going through this themselves. And so it's incredibly brave for you to be here. Really appreciate you sharing these stories. I know it's not easy to do so, but thank you. Ms. Nungaray, your daughter Jocelyn was murdered by Venezuelan nationals who entered the country illegally, and they were released into the country with notices to appear in front of an immigration court. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of them had an ice ankle monitor when he murdered your daughter. This to me is just like incredibly unfathomable that we're allowing these individuals into this country. What does it say about the policies of the Biden-Harris administration? Are there border policies or lack thereof working for the American people?
There's a huge lack for public safety for us U.S. citizens. We should be able to feel safe throughout all cities of the United States, and it is a very, very broken, failed system. And I'm very appalled to be in this country because of how failed it is, especially after losing my daughter. We should be safe, and that shouldn't be a question, that shouldn't be a privilege, that should be a requirement. As a U.S. citizen, we should be safe at all times.
No, I completely agree with you, and unfortunately there are so many that are similarly situated to you and all of you that are going through this. Ms. Nobles, I want to turn to you. The illegal alien who murdered your daughter was an unaccompanied minor when he entered the United States. Once he committed murder, local police were able to determine that he was actually in a gang, MS-13, and had a criminal record in El Salvador. Can you tell us what happened when Martinez became custody of Child Protective Services after he murdered your daughter?
The Aberdeen Police Department asked CPS to put him in a secure location because of the crimes that he was, being what he did. And they agreed to put him in a secure location. When they went to go arrest him, they found out that it was a group home, and he was in a group home with other children. And the local police said, "Oh, this is secure." They did not know, CPS did not let the Aberdeen Police Department know that they moved him from the group home to a foster home and enrolled him in high school.
And what types of freedoms did he have after he did this? You said he was enrolled in high school, which is...
He was put in high school with 1,400 other students, knowing that he was in a premeditated first-degree murder case, rape and assault.
Exposed to all these other individuals.
All these other individuals, and it makes me so angry that they put other children at risk.
If Kamala Harris were here right in this committee hearing today, she was sitting here on the House side, what questions would you have of her?
Well, actually, I would say, well, you can have Walter come live with you, because Kayla was murdered in her own bed. She was sleeping, and she had to wake up to this monster breaking into her room and strangling her with her own phone cord. She can have him.
But she won't.
Of course she don't want them in her house, but she's all for him, and it's not a joke. I would tell her, this is not a joke. You're laughing. These are real people, real children who had lives and was taken from them in the worst way.
Thank you for that. Ms. Morin, I want to turn to you. In your testimony, you talked about how the Border Patrol let a man with an open Interpol warrant for murder enter our country. Do you feel safe under the broader policies of the Biden-Harris administration?
Mr. Fry, Ms. Morin stepped away.
Stepped away. Well, any of you, do you feel safe? under the Biden-Harris
No,
policies?
they chose to give people that have never contributed to our country the possibility of a better life while making the lives of the citizens worse, while risking public safety. They gambled because it's not their lives to gamble with. They have their private security. They have bulletproof car vehicles. They live in gated communities. What about everybody else that has to live with these individuals in their communities? And going back to the case of Maria Gonzalez, her neighbor was one of those individuals that was brought here. He was an unaccompanied minor, and ironically, since he left his town in Guatemala, the murders of little girls stopped.
You know, it's remarkable to me, and I was listening in my office earlier, listening to the commentary on the other side. I'm happy to work on securing the border. But every time that we have come forward with a bill or a policy initiative to do that, that you actually secure the border, that you stop the flow of people who don't know why they're in the country, that we stop the criminals from coming into the country, they don't engage. They shut down debate. They say we're engaged in conspiracy theories. In fact, you know what's so strange? One of the first hearings that I was ever in this room, the ranking member said that we were imagining a border crisis. That is insanity. Y'all are living this every single day, and there are millions of people who are in your shoes. Thank you for your bravery today. Thank you for being here. And we will be praying for you and with you and continuing to push this and make sure that we can secure our borders. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Ruley.
So I spent 6 years in the Ohio Senate, and I'm only in my 3rd month in Congress. So I've seen a lot of testimony over the last 6.5 years. This is the first time I was nervous, being in front of all the mothers. And my days are long. I have a lot of different things, hats I wear in my life. And I came home a couple months ago, and I watched a lot of news, and I saw Jocelyn's picture. Just completely broke down. Anyone that has a daughter, there's no way you could get around that. And I started thinking about what kind of questions I could ask the moms. And like, I'm drawing a blank, and so like my cousin died young, my best friend got killed. So I got like a lot of their moms together so they could help each other and have it's like a coffee group, and they get together and then they talk. And then I was thinking about the ultimate mom, Mary, and how her son was sacrificed, and she had to watch that, and she had to carry on. And you guys are gonna carry on. And you're here, and you are empowering yourself. You have to say this story over and over and over again. And I can't imagine how you wake up in the morning and you don't have her, or your kids, you don't have them with you, and how you go on. All my grandparents were born overseas, and then we celebrated going through Ellis Island. My one grandma, Giannetti, she got stuck in Ellis Island for like a year because there was medical things, and we vetted everybody, and then we assimilated. We're a country of immigrants. We're not anti-immigrant, but we don't know who's here. And you guys are the biggest stories of them all. You know, in Ohio, I know handfuls of people that have been killed in drunk driving that are from illegal aliens that are driving these vehicles and shouldn't be there. I really encourage all of you to continue this venture and don't stop. I mean, and it's easy for me to say, but no matter how bad it hurts, you have to keep telling the story, because people in everyday life, it's just a little blurb of your stories, and it's coming to a theater near them. In Springfield right now, you've heard in Ohio, there's tens of thousands of Haitians that are there. There's a little boy, 11 years old, killed by one of them. I'm not going into all this stories about all the other different cultural things. I'm just talking about bare bones here, and this is Ohio. So I just want to take a second, and I know a couple of the moms are from Maryland. And so when I heard that, Maryland and being in Ohio and living our lives, when you hear the border crisis, you think it's Texas or you think it's Arizona. You don't think Maryland, you don't think Ohio, you don't think Vermont, you don't think Massachusetts, you don't think Minnesota, you think Texas. But Maryland is as far away from the border as you can get. And so just with the moment for the moms that are from Maryland, there's no way you could have ever thought that in your neck of the woods that your kids wouldn't have been safe. And here we are. We have to vet these people. So if the moms from Maryland could just say a word or two.
I didn't think I would be living the journey that I am. I thought Kayla would be safe in her own home. And it's just, it could happen to anyone. It can happen to anyone, anywhere. And you don't have to be close to the border to have this affect you. We picked out a pretty white dress for Kayla for her viewing. She couldn't even wear it. She had to wear a granny dress to be covered from her chin down because of the bruise, because she was covered in bruises and her neck and all that was messed up from the cord. So this could happen to anyone.
Well, I can't thank you enough, and if you can continue the journey, the public needs to know this isn't Democrat or Republican. This is just America, and we could do better. And your kids didn't die in vain. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Once again, I want to thank you all for being here and telling your story. Apologize once again for the breaks and they just want to, in some ways, a typical day on Capitol Hill, but we do appreciate your valuable testimony that I think a lot of Americans are going to take to heart. So with that, our committee is, the committee stand, wait, I need to do one other thing. And this concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.